Whoa, it's time for more rolls. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Hope you're all doing well today. So we are back with more Fail Cleric Hours. That meaning, let me get this up. Boop. And there and there. We are playing more Esoteric Ebb. And I'm excited to get to play some more, considering the last session we had a lot of really good moments of getting to just know more about Snell and getting to interact with an alligator person in the sewers, and apparently unlocked potentially being a barbarian subclass when we ate a sewer hot dog. But yeah, hope you're all doing okay. I'm doing fine myself. I woke up late today, and then I got to go have dinner with my family. It was a grilling day with my dad, so he made hot dogs and bratwursts, and I got to take some home. So now I've got hot dogs and brats in my fridge. And I fucking love bratwursts, so this was a major win. So yeah. Besides that, it's just been more of the usual. So we are going to keep going with our deal here. We also got a mimic scarf around our neck because we convinced him that his old master had died. And now he's just on my neck now. And we got our spellbook back. Yippee. So with that, let's see. In-game it is 6 p.m. And I wanted to go back to the tea shop to attempt something. But I also wanted to find... what spells do I have on me now? Grease, inflict wounds, speak with animals... Prayer of healing. Okay, I do have knock. I have an idea that I want to do. What is this? Torna, the first of river guilds. Okay. So yeah, this is the fit that we've got. Snell's with us. There's a griffin here. There's a free trade thing here, but I'm not going to go in there yet. I want to go into the tea shop to see what the hell's going on with that. No one can dismiss the dwarves' architectural genius. Excluding the anti-magic messaging, freestriderism comes with great branding. What is this? Office of Sur Appelden PN. PN? We'll check that out later. But yeah, we're going to be going into... We're going to try to go into the tea shop, because I really want to investigate that scene. What's this? This door looks promising. We'll figure it out another time. Wow, oh man, there's way more to Waterlane than I thought. Is that a cat? Behold, a statue of... Oh, statue. Okay, so, forgot it was shaped a bit like a cat. And this was path along the water. Wait, was this the one where I encountered that crab that injured me? Yes. I don't want to bumble around too much. Oh, wait, I remember. This takes you to the upper parts of that windmill, and that's where those fucking Norvik kids hang out. Or, yeah, that's where they're hanging out, so I'm going to hold off on that for now. All right, so in that case, does that take you to going down far down? Nope. All right, well, I'm just going to go this way through the garden again, since I am not finding my route. But yeah, and my dad grilled the brats and hot dogs perfectly, so all good on that. What the hell? The depths of Tolstad. Okay. We're just going to cut through here, and then we'll get to the tea shop. It's a shame I can't talk to the druid anymore, because I liked her. She was... Oh, no, there she is! Okay, tea shop first, but if I get to talk to her again, I will, because I like her. She's funny. She's funny and quirky. So, something else that I had noticed after last stream with the Resident Evil 2 one. My activity feed has been a bit odd. It hasn't really been updating on me very well, and I don't understand why. Like, because when a new follow happened, I didn't see it on my activity feed, and therefore Mix It Up didn't play it, and I was like, what the hell happened there? Actually, readable posters, they're still kind of old. No. Alright. It was here. You approach the tea shop door once more. Right, tea shop. What's the plan, cleric? DC 14's not bad, but no reason to cast that spell. Well, I could try this. Meek helps. Really, esoteric lockpick is throbbing. Somehow it might help. Or you say the words and place a palm at the center of the planks. A deep booming noise echoes out across the street. Sounds like something hit a drum at the bottom of a well. Not very subtle, but hey, if it works, it works. In an instant, the nails begin to jump out of the planks. They fall to the ground, one after the other, along with the wood. Your spell fades as the doorway now stands open before you. Now to complete your quest. Nothing stands in your way. Snell stops covering his ears and gives you a small applause. You've got some balls, cleric. Going against the coin lord like that? Sage Leaf will be appreciative, I'm sure. Fuck the coin lord. Snell just gives you a quick nod. Now let's check this place out. Beyond lies the ruined tea shop. You can smell it already. It's like you're looking into a burnt-out fireplace. The ash and cinder is all that remains. The goblin gives you a serious look. It's time, cleric. You get ready to step inside. Your body begins shivering. Keep your guard up. Get ready to run. Death. This is death. Stop muttering about death. It's making you really nervous. Ich smell old fire. Bad magic leave. Stain here. Master, be careful inside. The tea shop awaits. All right. In we go. Whew, it is beat to shit. Only the stone base remains. You step in behind the counter. There are compartments filled with ruined tin boxes. In the back, there's a complicated set of tubes and pipes combining into some kind of tea-making machine. A brewer. Not often you get to see those these days. For such a fine and expensive piece of machinery to break. A shame. I'll have a sweet with cream, please, Snell says nasally. He leans over the counter. Oh, make that half cream, actually. My tummy's sensitive today. He's making fun of humans and their love of milk. Not the best joke, but he'll like you more if you play along. We only serve hill-sourced oat milk, sir. The goblin looks at you, then looks at the counter, then looks at you again. That's called a double take. Good job. Look at his face. Pure shock. Good one, cleric. He waves his claw. Check the counter. For a short instant, he actually thought you were funny. Damn. Look at the surface. There's a slab of wood covering the stone base of the countertop. More like charcoal at this point. But the stone still stands. Strong. Steadfast. Look over the machine. Pipes and levers melted. Glass shattered. This was once a fine work of engineering. Check the pipes. Copper pipes. Expensive. Once shiny. Now charred and bent. Handcrafted. You see the markings of a rounded hammer across it. A lot of care went into this machine. Check the copper chamber at the top. This is where you put the tea leaves. As you lean in, you don't see much beyond some burnt muck through the cracks. But you do smell something. It smells awful. An intense scent. Why does it smell like that? It contains something foul. You do not know what. You must go closer. Know the scent. Do I have to? You really do not. Lean in closer. Come on. Don't. Inhale the horrible smell. You smell the disgusting burnt muck through the gap of your helmet. It smells like disgusting burnt muck. Bad. This is not good. You know this is bad. I took 4 hit points of damage because I smelled something weird. What smells foul makes your nose stronger. That is not true. Holy hell, stop shoving your face into whatever this shit is. Move back. Your knees shake, but you stand. Take care of yourself better. As you turn around, you find the goblin glaring at you with a worried expression. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Check the output valve. There's a metal valve at the end. It's shut. It's only shut when it's brewing. That means it was working during the explosion. Open the valve. You try to turn the valve, but it bends at an odd angle. Wait, that is not how a valve is supposed to feel. Is it stuck? Be careful. Only with finesse can you tame a machine like this. Because you're such an expert at that. You carefully put pressure on the valve as you turn the little lever. Suddenly, you hear a snap. A tiny piece of copper comes flying towards you, hitting your helmet with a dink. You totally let it do that. Oh, there's more! Shit, step back! The valve bursts open, releasing an oozing pile of tea, ash, and God only knows what else onto the floor. Gods be damned, Snell mutters and holds his nose. The scent is particularly awful. Avoid. Avoid! Try to survive. There we fucking go. Foulness, but nothing you cannot stand. You smell the fetid, melted ooze. This is disgusting. The goblin is dry heaving next to you. Try your best not to puke. Alas, you persevere. The floor behind the counter is now covered in a layer of ashy mulch. Ugh, what did I gain from this? A loud ding comes out from the machine as the last dribble of ooze exits the canister. Is it operational? What the hell? Operational? More like leaking innards. A death kennel. Or a death knell? Is that what that means, death knell? I don't know what that is. After the bell, a box opens up at the top of the machine. Inside, you see dry tea leaves. It's the steam leaves. They're supposed to add extra flavor. And that's scent. They are ukul leaves from Kargamesh. Wait, this thing was ready to go. Doesn't that mean it was being used during the explosion? Possibly. Truly a possibility. All right, well, that means those tea leaves are evidence. The goblin is correct for once. Evidence. Huh. Snell stares at you. Yeah, pick up the leaves, cleric. Right, of course. Yeah, of course. Grab the leaves. You carefully place the dry leaves in your pouch. The goblin gives you a nod. Now, can we please not hang around this goop? Look into the charred boxes. Tin boxes full of tea leaves. Or, they're supposed to be. The heat from the explosion has melted both the tin and its contents. It's just ash now. Damn, I was hoping at least one of these would be intact. Selling tea is a legit side hustle. The margins are bonkers. Thanks, dexterity. Stop looking around the shop counter. What does this say? It reeks. Yeah, it's probably like a combination of all sorts of chemicals and tea and God knows what else in terms of melted metal. Clumps of what was once porcelain. On the floor beneath the shelf, you find a pile of broken porcelain. Damn, it's like a clump, he says and coughs a little. Old master had a cup like this. Sorry, what? Old master had big collection of cups. Yes. Teacups. Yes. This old master of yours sure is a strange character. Yes. Try to pick one up. Grabbing the edge of a cup reveals how stuck it is. You can't move it an inch. They've been deformed by the fire. Can I pull it harder? It would only break. No use. Used to be seating for customers. Along the wall, you find a row of booths. Any textiles are obviously ruined, but the wood itself stands. Interesting. Your companion squats down and checks under the tables. Yep, it's fucked down here too. Where should I look first? The left booth doesn't seem interesting. Snell checks the right one. Check the central booth. The militia holds... Wait, hosed, not holds. The militia hosed the whole place down, Snell says while lifting a coal-like wood piece. Especially here in the front. It's all sludge. Going to be hard finding any signs of anything. Bad guys always leave big signs. We'll find something. Don't be so negative. I'll continue to look in this central booth, I guess. We'll find something. Wouldn't that be neat? He says and drops the piece. Yell if you find something. You focus on this particular booth, or what used to be one. The textiles, once draped over the seating, have been turned to ash and charred along with the expensive wood. Along with the water damage, the elemental forces here are intense. The stone tables remain standing for now, scorched like the dwarven architecture. Yeah, no, I'm not finding anything here. I'll check the other booth. He lifts his head and sniffs. Keep looking for now, but let's not waste too much time here. He's ordering you around. He can't do that. The goblin is simply making conversation. Don't read into it. Yeah, fuck off, Strength. The row of booths are still here. Still burnt. DC 7. I love that Meek is a DC helper. That's fantastic. Focused on the charred remains of the table. Glancing over the scorched wood, you find it simply burned like everything else, barely existing. But it is wood. Intact wood, relatively speaking. The militia's attempts to stop the fire splashed everything with water as well, so all the soot is just a sludge. It is still quite strong, wedged along this stone bench. Look at the ruined wood intensely. You might as well check how sturdy it is, post-explosion. Put pressure on the broken piece. You lean on it. You strain. It takes some effort, but soon you can hear the wood fibers twitching. It snaps. You hold the piece of wood in your hands. Your companion gives you a confounded look. What? It wasn't ruined enough for you? Just a souvenir. Great. Tea shop debris. Looking at the piece of wood, it's been infused with fiery energies. Interesting. What if it was an insurance ploy because the owner had just completely ran before the explosion happened? Like maybe try to get away because too many Asgalists were hanging out here. Because this was a popular Asgalist hangout. Oh, that lowered the okay. You cannot actually... Literally anything I could have rolled. Literally, if I rolled a 2, I could have made it. And I roll the... You just cannot make up the kind of luck that you get in this game sometimes. You just can't. It's comical at this point. You spend 10 minutes searching the ruined booths. You spot nothing out of the ordinary. Ordinary being soot, scorched wood, and general ruinousness. I've never seen it described that way. Nothing, your companion says with a sigh. Can't find nothing. Let's look somewhere else. No, I'm not taking a fucking natural 1 for a DC 2. Looked once. Okay, it's DC 0. Surely. Thank you. Jesus Christ. DC 1 or DC 2 and I failed. Lifting some of the wreckage, you spend 10 minutes searching around the crevice behind the booth until something catches your eye. Something not burned. You reach out and grab it. It's a tiny metal leaf. It fits in the palm of your gloved hand. As you wipe off the soot, you find it in a strange condition. Its intricate design shows both value and style, but you feel a tingle down your arm. Esoterical. The tiny leaf fits in the palm of your gloved hand. A magic item? The brooch is half melted. A magic item does not get destroyed like this. Not by anything but the most powerful of magic. It simply does not happen. This is a brooch designed by Elim hands. The religious leaders and nobility carry these. You glance over to your companion. He hasn't spotted your find yet. I found something. Oh? The goblin scoots on over to you and looks at the tiny pin in your hand. Strange. Interesting. It kind of survived the fire? Bring it with. Show it to the old lady. Sure. He looks around. Let's focus somewhere else in here. You cannot make up that I got a fucking 1 for a DC 2. 2! Laughter and debate once filled these seats. Alright, what's this? A flipped table looks heavy. The only not disintegrated thing in the central chamber is this stone slab. It's just very, very crooked. A table. It was once a stone table. Now it is as scorched as the rest of the tea shop. Maybe leave it alone. Your arms cannot carry that burden. Ah, yes, a table. It must have been flipped over by the force of the explosion. Leave this for last, if you are able. So whisper the strings in your ear. You want to flip the table? It's damn heavy, but maybe we can do it together. DC 22? Advantage Snell helps. It'll be 2 rolls. Even with Snell, this is really heavy. There is something interesting here. However, make sure you look around first. Yeah, if the game's giving me signs, then that might be a good call. How the hell is this place still standing? What is this? It's a miracle the chamber is not completely collapsed. Whatever content once filled this chamber has been pushed up against the cracked walls. The dwarven masonry is damaged in various locations, and every single thing in this chamber is burnt. This is the center. But where exactly did the explosion originate from? The stony tiles, scorch marks, and general aesthetic makes this look like a dragon's lair. Check the debris. Just a quick search reveals nothing but charred rocks and iron scraps. Remnants of furniture. Shelves, maybe. Chairs. Pushed up into the corners of the room, a violent and sudden force of heat had compressed it all. It was an instant. Then everything became nothing. Check the iron beams along the walls. Once they stood straight, holding the ancient tunnel upright. Askew and weak, yet they still stand. Yeah, it's a miracle this place hasn't collapsed entirely. You should probably leave. Check the ceiling. Your heart beats quicker. You glance upwards, finding the somewhat high ceiling in the chamber to be scorched but intact. This place will stand. For now. DC 9. That's good. Arn saw blue flames. The cat mentioned blue flames. So blue flames seem to be a really important thing for this. Also, ad break starting in 5 minutes. Could this be caused by a spell? Spells can cause most things. Very obviously, this chamber has been hit by a fireball spell, or any other type of equivalent explosive force. Your thoughts on this chamber, Snell? He removes his sleeve from his nose and mouths. It's a damn blast zone. Any theories? I'll tell you what I think, Cleric. I think, and am fairly certain of this, that a very powerful fireball spell was cast right on this spot. Clearly. But look, I'm no expert. But he has good intuition. Exactly how that would happen is confounding to me. So let's both just look over the debris and bring as much information as we can to the old lady. Why do you think it's a fireball? He shrugs. Pretty common spell. Powerful. Wouldn't be the first time either. Norvik's seen its fair share of renegade wizards over the years. Not too many capable of this kind of destruction. Not these days. There used to be much more powerful wizards before the start of the new era. Back then, Earth would wrestle with any rogue sorcerers. Now that is your job. The goblin lifts an eyebrow, and you feel a stirring in your lower stomach. What about you? Can you cast Fireball? He asks with a little hesitation. They don't teach Fireball at the towers. Fair enough. But my point is, someone cast this spell, and they could be lurking around Tallstadt as we speak. Localize the origin point. There we fucking go. You look around and find the damage confusing. Made twice the DC. While centered in the chamber, the damage appears uneven, as if the force of the explosion was struggling with itself. With that thought, you receive a vision, replaying the event in your mind. An explosion. In the chamber. Conflagration spreading. It just doesn't work. However, you experiment in your head with the idea of multiple explosions. Suddenly it clicks. The floor, it has several marks. You start counting. 1, 2, 3. It's not enough. Looking around the chamber, you see several points from which the fire clearly spread. The explosion is... No. Explosions. Okay, because yeah, even if you had fireball in an enclosed space, no fireball is going to have multiple points of indenting an area with concussive force. This was multiple explosions. Explosions. Multiple. Your companion lifts his head from whatever scrap he was looking over. What did you say? You keep counting. 4, 5, 6. Even that is not enough. Fires. The immense force. 7, 8. You point at the last spot on the floor you can see, near the west wall where you're standing. 9. 9? 9 of them. The goblin's gaze dances around the chamber. You see his face contort as it dawns on him. More than one? He mutters. You're about to blow his little mind, aren't you? Hold up 7 fingers! 9 separate explosions, simultaneously. Why not? He stares at your fingers. He won't mention it. He's too kind. He looks around the chamber, concerned. Walk me through it. How do 9 explosions go off at the same time? We've got a cabal of sorcerers? A coven? What? Careful now. Do you really want to share this info with him? The goblin is not your boss. You don't need to tell him anything. Tell him a necklace of fighter balls. No, I trust Snell. Necklace of... he says and pauses. You can see his mind working behind his sharp eyes. Huh. Mimic an explosion with your hands and say boom. Like the assassination of Priestess Ilona. Something like that. He nods and looks around at the destruction. The mass-produced shit they used in the Coast War. It wouldn't get close to this level of force. You're telling me someone tossed 9 beads of fireball, essentially a fully charged and practically invaluable magic item, into a damn tea shop? Well, we'll continue this after the ad break, so we'll see more on what the intrigue will say. So we're going to go into 3 minutes of ads with an hour of no pre-rolls, so hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we will be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. So, a damn tea shop. Yep, it's that or a group of very quick hags. Could be an esoteric mystery as well. Yeah, it could be some kind of weird esoteric mystery. He chuckles. If Novik's gonna be filled with esoteric pockets of fireball, well... He clicks his tongue. And whoever wins the election is in for a fun time. He rubs his eyes. Well, shit. Another thing to report. Old lady's not gonna believe it. Leave the rubble alone. Wow. So multiple fireballs. Paper is apparently weak to fire. Once there were shelves here to fill with magazines. You've seen this type of construction before in other city tea shops. Images of loud dwarves arguing over articles flash in your mind. You like reading, Snell? Sure, but not this garbage. What do you mean? He shakes his head. Copperzines. It's just a bunch of lies and tall tales. Might be fun if you want to raise your blood pressure. I'm not going to say that. I wanted to know why he's mad about it. Thank you for expressing your opinion. Let's now return to work. Okay. He glances at you, his eyes filled with concern. Just make sure you're not falling apart or anything. What? I just seem to notice you start to act a bit strange sometimes. Just wanted to make sure you're not, I don't know, leaking out of your head or something. Thank you for your concern. I do not have any unwanted damages and or hemorrhages going on. Okay, good. Great to hear. He still looks concerned. Don't scare him like this. Look at the clumps of charcoal. Littered across the stone alcove, you see chunks of, well, charcoal. This used to be wood. These stone shelves used to have a wood front. Is there really nothing readable left? Why would there be? Paper burns quite easily. But what if... Your eyes weep over the ashy remains. Search for something, anything. Plus 10 DC? Wait, hold on. Wait, having it on me raises the DC? In that case, what does this do? A symbol of Elim, carried only by those affiliated with their goddess. It has a minor magical aura around it, yet it is also half melted. Magic items do not easily break. Interesting. So -1 wisdom and +2 charisma. Burnt bracken? I don't know how to pronounce that. A thick wood corner piece. It's bracken, the sturdiest timber around the coast, only grows in Ascan. Ukul leaves. Tea leaves from the tea shop machine. Was the last thing brewed before the explosion. Smells awful. Let's go with the wisdom tooth. That should work. And yeah, we are now finally progressing this tea shop questioning. All right. Try this again. There we go. DC 2, and I failed that. I'm going to remember that for a while. Among the mess, you notice something solid. Moving away a small pile of burnt magazines, you discover a paper completely unharmed by the flames. It's a bit dirty, but a quick shake reveals the title. The Undercommon. For fuck's sake. This paper is cursed, I tell you. We spent a fortnight fishing these bad boys out of the sewers last year. What kind of asshole thought a magically indestructible newspaper was a good idea? There's a faint tealish outline on the paper, not quite glowing in the dark, but almost. It can't even be burned? Nope, not even magic fire. Or flame, whichever. Is it any good? Design? Nah, it's shit. The magic elven brooch was damaged, but not this. Immunity to fire sure is something, huh? Put the magazine away and look somewhere else. I mean, that's evidence. Something survived. You see an iron door under the rubble. Oh. An iron door. Laid in the passage, the iron door has fallen off its hinges. Look at the corners. They're bent. Look at the bent corners of the door. An incredibly high temperature must have been involved to cause this door to bend like this. And it is bent outwards, so clearly the origin point of the explosion was in the back. So... Okay, so like door coming... Yeah, okay. Because of the explosion. Look at the hinges. The hinges are connected to the wall via thick iron nails. Typical dwarven design. They use a metal known as hardsten on doors like this. Looks like they've been ripped right out of the stone. No, wait. No, the iron's been bent as well. Interesting. Then this was a combination of force and heat. An esoteric event? Just a spell? Alarming. Meek, what do you make of this?
Door is very hurt. Make feel bad for Door. Bad magic did this. Master, be careful. Whatever did this. Still might be here.
Figure out what could have bent the door like this. Oh my god, I just made that. To melt iron like this, it would require incredible heat, especially of hardsten. You remembered from your studies of the art of fireball spells. An awesome power. It was often used to horrific efficiency in the Coast War to eliminate entire legions. But to reach degrees hot enough to melt this iron, or to soften this iron, it would have to be a 7th or higher. More realistically, considering how the flames have forcibly escaped from the back rooms by bending the door this way, 8th or 9th level. Oh man, so a really high level fireball. Okay. A broken table or shelf?
Ooh, money.
And we're gonna go behold get this table flipped. See if we can do it. DC 12. Let's try it. Natural fucking 20. Here we go. You grab the thick table with your gloved hands, gripping it firmly, strongly. Snell copies your movements. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Flip the table. Oh no. You stare into the dark corner of the tea shop. Midst soot and broken tiles, you see a corpse. It almost disappears into the destruction around it. An aura of sorrow. This is pure tragedy, beyond any imaginable degree. It's a... Snell stares at it. He is silent. Gods be good. Huh. One casualty. He flinches and looks at you. Yeah. Confirmed. The corpse appears completely charred to you. Such destruction would make it very difficult to identify. The size is average, in human terms. Somewhat slender. Hard to make out anything other than a silhouette. The goblin steels himself. How much experience do you have with corpses, cleric? You're an expert. Clear your throat. The goblin breaks his intense stare down at the corpse and turns to you. He's afraid the corpse will awaken. Not an unreasonable concern. Cleric? Experience with corpses? None. Great. Guess we'll do this one step at a time. We should do a preliminary checkup, just to scope out the scene. Then we'll get a transport to the Lich House, I guess. Maybe we should have Viscon examine it. Uh-huh. He is barely listening to you. I'll check the head. You, check the hands or something. He is keeping a healthy distance. The goblin is afraid. He does not want to touch the corpse. You feel bad for him. Step up. You take a few steps up to it. Seeing it up close causes you to shake. You feel, your flesh feels the flames. You share the bond of death. Look at the torso. A dark mass, once skin, now appears to be but a solid mass. It does not even smell. She was incinerated, fully, in an instant. The intense heat caused rapid muscle contractions, freezing the woman in place. She placed herself in this position, most likely to take cover from the explosion. Nothing but blackened, brittle carbon residue. However, you are quite certain this was a woman. The mortician will have to determine that. Whatever led her to this corner, it was quick. Woman, unknown age. She crawled up in this position moments before the explosion. She did not suffer. Got it. Good info. He leans in, slightly closer. Too far to see anything. The poor goblin. Focus on the hands. You see the left hand is half destroyed. The right hand is clenched near the victim's hip, holding something. A clue, of course. Looks like something brittle in the grip. Perhaps leave it for later. No, this is a bad idea unless you want to break the fist in 1,000 pieces. But hey, maybe you do. 13 dexterity. No, leave it. For the best, yeah. The mortician will handle it. Check out the head. Not much to see. Fire's burned off everything. No pain. This was an instant destruction of mind and soul. You see it by looking at this twisted husk of a person. It was a quick death. Gods be good. The thought of one moment being here, another being not, causes your stomach to churn. While charred beyond recognition, the skull itself is fairly intact. The mouth is intact. Good. And why is that good, exactly? So you can have someone to talk to, of course. Speak with dead. It requires an intact mouth on the corpse to successfully mimic speech. Speak with dead. A third-level necromantic spell allows you to animate a spirit into a corpse and have it answer 5 questions, as long as that corpse retains a suitable vessel. That mainly boils down to having some sort of mouth, including a functioning jaw. Wait, how many questions did we get asked before we were brought back in the... Oh, fuck. We had Speak with Dead cast on us, didn't we? Then who cast it on us? Even in this condition, the corpse should be a valid target. Do I notice anything else? A good question. Looking for distinguishing features, you do notice something interesting. The ears. Ears? Ears? Look at the ears, Snell. He squints. Barely there. What about them? Look closer. Sure. What am I supposed to... He tilts his head. Oh. Wait. Despite barely keeping a recognizable form, what remains of the ears have a peculiar shape. They're sharp, pointy. Oh. Pointy ears. He looks around. There's only one humanoid creature on the coast with this body size and pointy ears. Not an orc, not a gnome, and not a human. The goblin takes a step back. No chance. Oh boy. Just the concept of such a rare creature being found in this second-rate tea shop. There is no doubt. Oh no. Your companion glares at the corpse, his head then slowly turns towards you. Oh no. Oh dear gods. It's a damn elf! Sant of Ulkul midst flames amiss. This is the death you fear, the dramatic end to your career. Did they know? No, they couldn't have. Yet you have, through no means of your own, landed in this trapped hallway of a mission. You only have one choice now. Find out exactly why this happened. Who killed the elf? Who blew up the tea shop? You feel the answer must lie below. Far, far below. Wait, so we... Oh. Meanwhile... Your eyes follow the towering dark knight as he walks past, heading down the stairs. Oh, okay. Different scene. The body is secured. Good. The pale man answers behind his desk. Snell leans against the iron slab, his eyes fastened entirely upon the elvish corpse across the chamber. I think I expected a dwarf. Huh? A dwarf. What? Why? The tea shop used to be a gathering place for the Asgals. My first thought was of infighting or a political assassination. But an elf? There's like 3 of them in the entire city. What should I say? Just share your feelings. Ask him about it, like how fucked you both are. How bad is this? The Elim are powerful, even in Norvik. If one of their own got offed, yeah, could spell trouble for sure. Should be easy to identify the elf, right? You'd think that. I'm guessing it'll be impossible. I don't like Viskin. We shouldn't have brought the elf Look, I'll say it again. He's a weirdo. But the old lady has a deal with him. So for better or worse, he's our guy. This is above my rank. But I don't see anyone jumping at the chance, so you're still serving the old lady. For now. So what now? He takes a deep breath. The goblin does not look forward to reporting all of this. Gather any remaining clues in the tea shop. Then we report to Lady Sageleaf. He snaps his fingers. ASAP. You hear the pale man clear his throat across the circular chamber. Cleric, I'm finished with my report. I want to check the corpse again. Yeah. You obviously also want to do the thing. What thing? You know, the thing. He holds up a hand to his mouth and mimics talking. Elaborate? He groans. You know, the thing you clerics do with the corpses. What's it called? When you speak with the dead? You never had a chance to cast Speak with Dead before coming here. The spell Speak with Dead? Oh, it's just called that? Right, that's the one. Right, that's a thing I am somewhat capable of doing. He squints. Phrasing it like that doesn't evoke trust in your abilities, cleric. But you get 5 questions from that spell, right? With that, you should be able to figure out who, what, why, when, and so on. Perhaps Viskin can tell you about the spell. I can't cast 3rd level spells yet, though. Oh. Wait, but doesn't it take years to learn that shit? Give me an afternoon or 2. Well, aren't you just absolutely horrifying? Let's talk to Viskin. Here's report. Yeah, sure. Lead the way. Do we have anything? We can't do anything with that. All right. Man. Okay, so elves are very rare, and the political power that might happen here will go really wrong really quickly. You approach your companion. Now, let's get on with it. Why are you scared of mushrooms? I'm not. A lie. But the mushroom lady said you were. He takes a deep breath. Okay, fine. I don't like them. They're freaky and mushy and smell like mold. Just plain don't like them. But I'm not taking questions on it, so anything else you want to ask, or can we go? Let's go. Does the kobold have anything to say? Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes.
Master say you behave.
I've got some questions for you. Can I borrow your crossbow?
Human is kidding? Not funny.
You would make greater use of it than this puny creature. Just take it. Whatever reason, he must have been ordered not to hurt you. Don't push it. The kobold snorts.
Go away.
Don't let this slide. Just take the crossbow. That wasn't a question. It was a demand. Try to convince the kobold. The kobold stares at you. Stealing would be evil, so just demand it. Loudly. That's not... No, please don't. No. Fine, keep the damn crossbow.
I will.
Alright, yeah, no, my charisma, I'm not confident enough in my charisma or my rolls to get that. Too inconsistent. Alright, can't behold him again. We also found out last time that Viskin is a lich. Like, he's human here, yeah, but he's a lich as well, because he emanates a weird energy, and it seems he knows a lot more about magic than we think. Yes? He says with a smile, putting away some of the documents before him. Tell me about the dead elf. Yes, cleric. There are a few points to go over. 6 points of interest, to be precise. He hands you a piece of paper with the points on them. Tell me which of points you wish to go over. The goblin groans. Don't give him choices. We'll be here forever. You should pick the last point first, then go random. Keep them on their toes. Go from 1 to 6 in order. Start with the most important first. You need to know this. Point 3 that just says sex. Bulk identifier, the transfer. 0.8 says clerical compensation. Huh? We'll go with Ilim identity. The elf is clearly of Ilim nature. Getting in contact with the embassy would be smart. Oh, foolish. I'd suggest speaking with Nicholas Darrow or his Valkyrie. Yeah, that sounds like trouble. That embassy is on the other side of town. Plus, they're not exactly known to be too welcoming to inquiries. Transfer? Yes, it went fine. The body was ruined, of course, but still intact enough, thanks to the charring, and that gentle repose did what it should. I then had a subordinate carry the corpse, wrapped in imsilk, a special fiber material. With minor damage, the transfer was completed. Volk identifier, it's an elf, right? Yes, your preliminary assumptions were very much correct. While even the teeth had been ruined, the fangs presented as clear evidence. This is an Ilim elf, one without horns or other bestial alterations. Alterations, that's not the word. Hands? I found an object with the elf's grasp. Within the elf's grasp, however, it had a magic seal on it, causing it to break upon interference. Slowly and deliberately, the pale man shows you some dust in a vial. It was a chain, a gold chain. The esoteric enchantment upon it caused it to survive the explosion. However, it fell apart upon losing contact with its host. Interesting. I apologize for not handling it better. Perhaps I could have gotten more info. Elves and their esoteric bullshit. Interesting, very interesting. Indeed. I'm not sure how to look into it further, but it could be good to mention to Lady Sageleaf. Mouth intact? It is, which means you are able to cast Speak with Dead, cleric. I need some help with that. I'll see what I can do. Next point, he nods. Says sex. Yes, sex. Surprisingly difficult to determine in elven folk. Sex would be nice. Not with anyone in this place, though. Ha! What an opportunity. You should make light of this. But this is point 3, not 6. Yes, cleric, point 3. The goblin leans in and whispers, very funny. Perfect timing. After much consideration, I've established that this was, at the time of death, a female elf. Tragedy. Interesting. Would be less of a tragedy if it was a male elf? No. You know what I... What? You know what I mean. I do. Can we please just focus on the points here? Point 7, the cause of death. Fire. The easy answer is usually the correct one. She was incinerated instantaneously. The final shape of the body informs this judgment. I cannot determine if she sustained any minor damage before, but the way she ended up makes it clear. She was moving until the fire erupted. That is all. Point 8, it says clerical compensation. No such point, cleric. What else? He's quick. The pale man is learning how to handle you. I have what I need. Right, good. Now, listen. Speak with Dead is a powerful spell. Where can I find it? Straight to the point. Necromancers are rare in this city. Some specialized clerics are taught it, but few are powerful enough to know it innately at 3rd level. However, for lack of a better way to put this, I know a guy. Can I trust this guy? Just look at him. Doesn't that face just scream trustworthy? Why wouldn't this guy also be someone you could trust? Can't I get a scroll from the towers? As a low-ranking cleric, you can't get access to anything higher than 1st level. It truly and utterly sucks. Tell me about this guy of yours. His name is Bondavol. He is, or was, an arcanist, a pupil of the fortress of Verdun, if you believe the rumors. A cursed and evil place you've heard about in stories since you were a child. Surely this is a necromancer. A necromancer? Bondavol is an eccentric fellow. You may find him down in the crypts. All right, I'll go look for him. If you treat him well, he will surely share his knowledge with you. Once you are in the crypts, one of the western coffins has a handle that may be rotated. Then pull. His private area will be revealed. Sounds esoteric. It is, in fact, an entirely mechanical endeavor. I did not install it myself. Once you've learned Speak with Dead, return and cast it on the corpse. He leans back and nods. Is that all? Anything else you need, cleric? Thank you, bye. Okay, so a major political incident is going to happen because this is like one of 3 elves in the entire area. That's wild. Well, I'm really glad that we actually got that now. Awesome. All right, well, let's see. It is 9 p.m. in game. We should go let the angel know that we found out about this. Because I don't want to talk to Darrow directly. Fuck that guy. Oh, is he not here? Oh, he's probably... Okay, well, I hit caps lock an accident. Trying to figure out what else I could do. There's the duck, but I'm going to hold off on talking to him. There's some other characters I wanted to speak to. We do want to talk to Sageleaf. She's vital to talk to about this because, you know, she wanted to know about it. There's this person over here that we didn't get to talk to, the one with the gargoyle, because I wanted to get my spell book. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me re-equip my pocket watch. So we found 3 pieces of evidence out of it. I imagine if I did make the dex roll, then maybe we could have gotten the that gold chain, but I was not confident in that roll. Your eyes land upon a series of papers nailed to the wooden facade. Getting out information to people. How do you do it? One possible way. Papers nailed on random walls. You'd be surprised how effective it can be. Some of them are torn or unintelligible. A few catch your attention. This seems illegal. Advertisement requires strict approval from the government. Tear them down. Rip them up. Look at the flyer with the owl on it. S. Elan and Sons, binders and lithographers. Everything from designing to engraving. Account, books, manufacturing. Water Lane View 6 LW. The owl did a wonderful job fixing your spell book. Quite impressive, especially for a bird folk. Look at the old one that says Grand Opening. You can barely read the faded lettering on this ink-printed flyer. Grand Opening of the Stubborn Sphinx. Brewery and commercial tavern served without riddles, drunk with all charm. Pillar Crossing, second LW. By the look of it, this tavern opened at least a year ago. Maybe 2. Look at the posters with a faded green hammer. A sun-faded symbol covers most of this large poster. It's a hammer printed with green ink. Asgalists, those who share the plight of the common folk. Gather, ye workers. Asgal said, no gods above, no kings below, only folk. Asgalist rally on the 22nd of March, TS Circle Square, up. Useless, sentimental garbage. You can't just gather people like this. The city is surely against this type of erroneous, collectivistic behavior. Leave. Okay, so that references what we helped with earlier with the dwarves and their expired papers. Okay, so we're going to go talk to Sageleaf because this is vital, and I want to talk to the Mushroom Lady again because she's funny, cool, and quirky, and weird. This was not the right direction. Hold on. I think it was down this way. Man, I feel like I've just gone through so much, yet there's still a lot in the map I have yet to even see or contact. This game is so big with its setting. The Sacred River fights against Red Rocks. Okay. She's still here. Awesome. All right, Sageleaf, we've got some info. Behold. Son of a bitch. And yeah, her being a dragon explains her fucking bonkers stats. Look at those. I'm gonna F5. Cannot save in dialogue. Hold on. Quick save. Just in case something happens.
Cleric.
The lady leans back in her throne.
You've returned.
About the tea shop.
Well, well.
Her eyes focus in on you and the room seems to shrink.
Go on, cleric.
Snell takes a deep breath next to you. He's expecting the worst. There was a dead elf. She lifts her head and gives you a cold expression. She is shocked by this news.
Do you have the identity?
The corpse was heavily damaged.
Obviously. Yes, anything new to report? Perhaps something actually useful?
A brooch survived the flames.
A brooch? Show me. Now.
Okay. The lady inspects the leaf in her tiny hands.
Tacky, typically elven, and magical.
Her eyes lift, landing on you.
Yet also ruined.
Magic items are not supposed to break.
If this brooch was indeed destroyed by this inferno, then the origin of that fire must have been magical.
That's what I believe to be the case. Who walks around with a melted magical brooch?
True. It's pretty strong evidence.
She turns it over in her claw.
The brooch itself is indicative of high-ranking elven power. This symbol is worn by members of the Mender's court.
The Mender?
Elim.
The dragon growls at you.
Her witlessness has spun this band into chaos more times than I.
She catches herself and mutters through clenched maw.
If her shadow is responsible for this.
A royal?
If that makes it easier for your limited human sensibilities, yes.
Symbol?
The foulest symbol in Ascan. The mending tree.
Worn?
What?
How do you wear it?
It's a brooch, cleric.
She explains as if talking to a child.
You put it on your clothing, wherever you want.
Can I have it back, please? The dragon tosses it to you with a frown.
I do not wish her mark anywhere upon my lands.
The tea machine thing was active at the time of the explosion.
The tea machine?
Snell exhales.
The tea machine.
The tea machine. It was in the process of brewing tea. We even found some tea leaves inside.
Interesting. Considering the shop was closed at the time, that is quite the clue. Perhaps this elf was making tea. Perhaps the elf expected company.
That would make sense.
One more question. What kind of tea leaves were in the machine?
Why is she interested in that? Snell gives you a glance. Show her the leaves. She takes one sniff at the dry leaves and frowns.
Cool. A Cargamashian plant.
A Cargameshian, not Mashian. Her eyes hold fear. What is she not telling you?
Next. What else?
A metal door was melted off its hinges.
Melt?
It was bent. Bent metal.
I funded that shop. The door was Hardsten, was it not? Dwarven made. It does not simply melt.
I double-checked. It was Hardsten. Her face scrunches up.
To melt Hardsten, that would require an incredible heat.
Something like a 7th level fireball would do the trick.
That is good information. Well done.
There were 9 explosions. Her eyes focus in, like fiery spotlights placed upon your soul.
Elaborate.
Nod to Snell and say, you go. Snell steps in with a quick bow. My lady, the cleric and I are certain of the cause of the explosion. A necklace of fireballs. The chamber goes dead silent. She scoffs.
This explosion could not have been produced by arcanist mimicry. You're speaking of a divine era or even older artifact.
Yes, my lady. While other options are possible, it is highly likely due to... He stops and gives you a glance. He is asking for assistance. Do you grant it? Several delayed fireballs or 9 separate casters. Both unlikely. He nods to you and continues. The goblin is grateful. A fully stocked and charged necklace of fireballs is the most reasonable explanation.
Reasonable, yet vexing.
Simply raising more questions. Yes, my lady, I'm afraid so. She frowns and scratches claws on her wooden throne.
What else?
I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Why would I play dumb? Like, this is a pretty big deal. Why would I? Also, it's DC 29. A copy of the Undercommon survived the flames. She hits the wooden throne, giving off a loud thud. I told the damn bird not to stock that magazine. She shows her sharp teeth. Might have been a leftover.
Shut it. It was never there, cleric. The Undercommon is banned throughout Tolstad. Permanently.
She lets out a frustrated growl.
Those gnomes. I should have had them strung up. They didn't even hire good writers.
You hear Snell let out a slight groan. This is not the first time she is angered by this magazine.
An indestructible magazine. Ridiculous. I thought I could imagine a book, perhaps, but what did they think? Who reads a magazine more than once? Except those. Those ignoramicum effusis cerebris. She slams her fist on the throne. Artes esotericae illicitae debent puniri trecentis verberibus inferno.
The goblins around the chamber appear to nod and murmur in agreement, while Snell is just staring at the ground. I'm guessing that's all Latin. This is not the first time. Stay silent. He finds his voice. Indeed. However, the presence of the Undercommon is, quite interesting. She appears to calm down. From our previous investigation into this travesty, we know the Undercommon is indeed immune to all types of fire. This is clear proof that there was a fire in the tea shop.
Yes, okay.
She takes a deep breath.
What else?
Present the full story to Lady Sageleaf. DC 3. If I roll another goddamn natural 1, I'm going to actually crash out. Okay, thank God. Yes. You go over the details, the broad strokes, putting the events into a clear chronological order. Lady Sageleaf listens patiently as you explain it all. The tea shop owner was not there, but the elf was. And the elf clearly had a reason to sit in the closed tea shop. Okay, so wait, if the owner wasn't there, it wasn't an insurance scheme. So either he let someone else in to do their thing, or the elf snuck in and then got assassinated. Because I feel like that's an assassination mission. The elf was in possession of a fully stocked necklace of fireballs. Or that, like, it was just a full-on magical disaster. The goblin chieftain's lips curl into a slight smile, which then turns into a grim frown.
Go on.
She finds her explanation intellectually stimulating. Time to lay out the entire plot, from the beginning. One thing that didn't make sense to me from the start was, why a tea shop? She shrugs.
Why indeed?
Snell glances between his queen and yourself. It must have been an attack. Or maybe an assassination. It was an Asgal hangout spot, so politically motivated. It was an assassination. It was an overkill. It was to send a message. She shrugs. She scrunches her nose.
A message to who?
Perhaps to
no one, I say. I do not believe for a second this was a planned attack. There are too many important targets. So close. Had it been a simple fireball spell, perhaps. Snell, do you know how rare this artifact is? This necklace of fireballs?
He nods. Exceedingly rare, my lady. Perhaps not, A single bead? Those float around the coast from time to time. Still expensive, but
remnants of the Coast War. Each bead, if detonated together, would result in the blast increasing in power. One level per bead, and it starts on 3rd level, as any normal fireball spell would.
And that means her smile widens.
11th level.
She speaks the words like they're delicious. Oh, so 11 level fireball. Oh boy. Simple math, the goblin says, looking concerned. Isn't that against the rules of magic?
She scoffs. There are no rules. Not really. The Arcanists pushed boundaries beyond mortality and reason.
She scoffs, loudly and with an air of annoyance.
I'm just impressed the dwarven masonry still stands. I assume such power would tear reality itself asunder. But no, it simply scorched a lot hotter.
I should also mention, there was a gold chain in the hands of the elf.
A gold chain? As in... That must be the necklace then. It actually survived the blast?
It turned to dust after it was removed from the corpse. The goblin chieftain clicks her tongue and leans back in her throne.
Interesting. Once spent, the core chain must have retained some magic. Until trifled with, of course.
The lady glances to Snell, then back to you.
Well done. You've convinced me of this perspective. For now, at least.
The lady grows silent and begins twirling a ring on her finger.
How's the cleric's health, Snell?
Health? My lady?
Do you believe he could require some magical assistance?
The goblin mutters and gives you a good look. Yeah. She takes off the ring and tosses it to you. Ooh!
Wield it well, human. It will keep you up and running.
She leans on her claw and glares at you.
This joint venture is not yet finished. Snell? Cleric?
Yes, my lady?
You need to find the responsible party and bring them to justice. That is what you do, is it not?
I'm more of a fair trial kind of guy than a swift justice kind of guy. Oh, yes, always. Do I have a choice?
No. The elf might be dead, but I'm certain whoever is responsible here is not. Speak with the relevant parties. Find out everything about this elf. Locate the missing witness, this Frank, son of Frank, dressed in yellow. Fake name or not, if he can be found, you must do it. And then there's the question of the poor fool drummer, of course. You have until the election, cleric. Be quick about it. Time is running thin.
Where should I look for this tea shop owner?
Who knows? He's probably already left the city. If he's stupid enough to hide in some corner, cowering like the craven fool he is, then find him and make him talk.
Do you know anything about this dead elf? She groans.
There were words of a certain elf making friends with political circles here on Tolstad. I'm assuming this is the one. I would suggest speaking with those connected. The Asgals for their involvement with the tea shop, Biskin for the post-mortem. And of course, the corpse itself. That you should be able to handle.
Any more info on this missing witness, this Frank, son of Frank?
Not much. Some whispers about a man dressed in yellow rushing downwards. Perhaps he fled into the city below. The fellow's probably dead or dying in that case. Either way, find him.
That's all for now.
Fine. Keep at it.
Wow. God, I am so impressed with this game and how it's just pulling so many threads around. Can I behold her again? Okay, we already have everything from her. Does she have anything new to say to me? Actually, wait, hold on. Before I continue, let's save again. Save. There we go. There's good old solid save. The elf looks you up and down as you approach.
Human.
A friendly greeting. We found an elf in the I'm not going to make an assumption on that. Come on. I have more questions about druidic magic.
What do you want to know, human?
That's all for now. I guess we gotta... Her normally wide Smile fades.
An Elaine, I presume. I do not consort with their kind. I'm afraid I cannot help in any way apart from offering you a free piece of advice. A tip, if you will.
Please do. She makes a coughing-ish sound.
Tread carefully. The roots of Elaine grow far and deep. They will strangle you given the chance. Do not anger the mender's shadow.
I got it. Got it. I'll be careful. Her smile returns.
Good.
She nods. Good. Okay, so that's all the info there. So she does know about the mender's shadow. Okay, there are some doors in Waterlane I have yet to open, and I can talk to the Asgals about the elf. Oh, hello. And there is still the city below to find Frank, son of Frank. I'm just scared to do that because of the fucking guy, the monster that killed me before. Did you just rip mushrooms out of a pot? Those mushrooms out of the pot? Why did you do that? What? It was cultivated there. It was a potted mushroom. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Wow, sure. You know what you were doing. Pure evil. Nature is yours to mold. Someone worked hard to cultivate those. And now you've just taken them. Stop it with the sermon, by the gods! You'll put these plants to better use. Just take whatever you want. Can I put them back? No, you'll have to live with it. Literally, no one will care. I didn't even think about that. All right. Wait, hold on. What was this? To the river? Wait, hold on. Towards the holes. Okay, so this is the apartments. Leads outside eventually. Okay, so no, but that was just where we were at. It is nice that the game gives me a frame of reference for how many experience points it'll take before we level up. Snell's apartment, right. Says R and A. I have no reason to be interested in this particular door. Okay. Simi of Strokeback. Son of Strokeback. Can't go there. Okay. Dormitory of Out of Commission. Come on, get up. Yeah, that's the thing about isometric perspectives is that you'll often sometimes run into weird collision things if it's multiple layers. Okay. I want to see what's in here. You stand before a damp door on a cramped corner of a corner house. The wood is dark, swollen with the perpetual moist of Waterlane. A layer of river mud and algae. Huh? You know someone here? No? Then why are you standing here? Knock the door. You rap your knuckles against the wood. A solid, rhythmic knock. Hello? A moment passes. Then, the sound of a heavy latch sliding. The door cracks open. A pair of bulbous eyes stare up at you. It's an Anuran, dressed in a tiny velvet smoking jacket. Quite distinguished, despite the lack of pants. Questest. What is it? He blinks slowly, a translucent membrane flickering across his eyes. I'm busy, très occupé. I have some questions. Oh? Wait. He squints at your uniform. Are you, how do you say, le clerage? That doesn't sound like Earth stuff. Fuck off. I'm not going to say that to him. Also, ad break in 5 minutes. Heads up. I'm a druid. Do not touch my potted plants. The Anuran peeks his head out from behind the door. Tu vex quoi? Ask for a contribution to your claws. I love that Meek helps. That's cute. Just smile. The kind of smile that opens wallets. Oh, and kiss his ass. Hard. My good sir, surely a gentleman of your stature supports the arts, or the holy cause. Ah, flatterie. He sighs, his throat pouch inflating slightly. Told you. You are charming. Cest anuyux? I don't know how to pronounce that. He reaches for something on the other side of the door. Take this. Now, au revoir. He shoves a fancy bottle towards you. The door slams shut before you can say thank you or anything else. Look at it. The pinkish liquid inside swirls around. This is no small potion. The Anuran must be well connected. Potion. Any magical substance ingested for temporary effects. Lovely. This'll make things much smoother. So, you really just went and knocked on some stranger's door. Look, I'm not going to knock on your methods too much, but if you keep this up, we'll be done by 6 months after the election. And you didn't even ask about the tea shop. Not once. I just had a feeling this door was important, was all. The goblin closes his eyes in a short, silent contemplation. Then he says, maybe stick to, les points d'interest. Okay? That's funny, I like that. The bin is making a sound. Oh? Riforus weef, malpedig weef. The voice is from a primal spirit. Open it. Look to Snell. He gives you a nonchalant half shrug. It's Waterline. There's always something going on here. Also, actually, speaking of dice rolls, I haven't even done mine. Hold on. Let me check this. Dice roll. Ugh, a 9. That does not bode well. Open the trash can. As you lift it aside, you immediately see something moving in the pile of shredded documents and old scraps of food. A pair of legs. Kimorth? Suddenly jumping out of the pile with a poof of moldy dust is a pine cone. A pine cone with limbs. Mun Harin. One of your little friends. It hands you some leaves while doing a strange, seemingly improvisational dance upon the trash. Hold on, I'm just gonna try to cast Druidcraft. Before you're able to do anything about it, the little creature poofs away. One of nature's essential workers. A blessing to meet in the wild. Disgusting little creature. As it fades, you see only trash. I've heard about those things. Never seen them, though. What do you know about them? Just what I read in the paper, and what Nassan goes on about. They're called Vatar or something. The Lamplighter Guild has a public spat with them a couple of months back. He points to the lamps behind you. Apparently, they messed with the everlasting lights. Not so everlasting, then. Guess it's a PR name. Hey, Combo, how are you doing? We're having our ad break in a minute, but we managed to finally investigate the tea shop, and a lot of revelations have come out. How have you been? How's the 3-day weekend been treating you? I get why they were mad, but I think they solved everything once the PCG got involved. And like I'm sure you're aware, they're all over the garden too. Anyhow, they clearly seem to like you. Let's keep it like that. Good? Glad to hear it. I had a good one too. Got to talk to my folks, hung out with them, got some bratwurst and hot dogs. The Ascani Reeds Trading Company. Okay. Any other doors I can open? There's some characters I have yet to speak to, even. Alright. I can see well enough, so I'm not going to be worried about the lights, right? Ooh, hello. A tiny primal spirit. Stream Arring. Okay. Yeah, to summarize what's happened in the game, or happening rather, we're investigating the explosion of a tea shop, and we finally got into said tea shop, and the reason why there's so much intrigue and need for completion of this task is that the city's first ever election is happening, and there's a lot of really, really important stuff going on in the background. Anyway, here's a crab here. I'm going to do a cast. Your magic causes you to hear a tiny sound from the crab, a sound that turns into a squeaky voice.
Hi there, big fellow.
What's it like being a crab?
It's great. What do you like about being a crab?
Or what do you like being a crab?
What do you like about being a crab?
It's great. Snip with your hands. He snips his pincers. A happy crab. What's your name? Oh, ad break started. 3 minutes of ads, hour of no pre-rolls after. Hydrate, stretch. We'll be right back. And we are back. Thank you for your patience. All right, so...
I'm Criminity.
Cool name.
Thanks.
Do you have any information for me?
Oh, yes, I do. Did you know that there's an abundance of worms on the riverbank at this time of year?
There always is.
It's causing me to gain a few pounds. The ladies will love it.
Ew. That's all for now. Break the spell. An instant later, the crab's voice disappears. Hope you had a riveting combo. Now can we go? All right. I'm not going to enjoy this, having to walk through this conversation. Engage with this. You approach the locked door once more. Still locked, obviously. What did you expect, for it to magically open itself? DC 5. We could do it. Okay, either would have worked. Your fingers work the mechanism with precision. Click, click, click. The lock gives way. It's a shame I used up all my spells. But yeah, we've been doing some investigations and running around, and I have an idea where later, once Snell leaves the party, we're going to do a very funny charisma roll. The door swings open. You see nothing but black beyond. Complete, utter darkness. Can't see a damn thing in here.
Is this dungeon?
Oh yeah, we also have a mimic that takes the form of a scarf for us. The scarf's eye slops around your head.
No, not dungeon. No traps here.
Cast dancing lights. Your lights cut through the gloom. The storage chamber reveals itself. Broken crates, scattered papers, a mess of abandoned equipment. Someone left in a hurry. You notice the ceiling. Several glowstones lie shattered on the floor. The explosion, it must have shaken them loose. That tea shop blast reached even here. That blast, it shook everything. Push forward. You wade through the debris. This place has been abandoned for some time. Dust covers everything. What a dump.
Meek smells old human scent. Very old.
Search for anything useful. Neat? Yeah, we ran into this guy as I was just kind of exploring the under areas of the city really just randomly. You sift through papers and crates. Most of it is worthless. Old receipts, inventory lists. But then you find something. Pick up the document. A notice, official letterhead. A notice of termination, collective action violation. You scan the text. The roller mill owner fired everyone. They tried to form an Asgal union. All workers dismissed, effective immediately. Brutal.
Human boss Big was mean.
That explains why this place is empty. The owner shut down rather than deal with the organized labor. Typical. The workers deserve better. The workers deserve better. They did. But the world rarely gives people what they deserve. Tale as old as time. Or at least as old as factory work. It's bourgeoisie bullshit all the way to the top. Bourgeoisie, eh? He's showing his bleeding heart. Snell's correct, sadly. Hells yeah, it loves me some bourgeoisie bullshit. It's awful. He shakes his head. Ignore me, I'm just tired. I'm getting tired here. You continue deeper into the chamber. At the back, you find an office. The owner's private space. Check the desk. Approach to the desk. Old papers, ledgers, more termination notices. And then, a drawer. Locked but poorly. Force it open. The drawer slides open with a snap. Inside lies a smooth stone, one with several faces adorned on its sides. It pulses faintly with esoteric energy. A magic item. Esoteric. Examine the stone. You pick it up carefully. A sending pebble. A magic item capable of casting a weak version of the sending spell, only reaching targets within a kilometer. Due to it not requiring a receiving magic item, unlike a regular sending stone, it is exceedingly expensive and rare. Oh shit, these are expensive! Pocket the stone. You slip the pebble into your pouch. Time to leave. This place has given you all it can. I'm not finding anything else here. Let's go.
Meek will help find exit. Come.
Exit the storage chamber. You make your way back through the darkness. What a lovely delve. Alright, I have to rip the band-aid off this interaction again. You approach the ladder once more, long way to climb up. Climb up the ladder. The reason why I'm reluctant is because we talked to these guys last time and I did not like how the outcome was, so we're gonna go for this again. The boys greet you with a hesitant collective grunt and mumble. Oh. The kid mouths and glares at you. He is terrified. What are you doing here? That's my question. You boys loitering here or what? Loitering? It's a meeting. An important meeting. Could you leave? What? No. You see him nervously glance to his friends who sit quietly, attempting to not meet your gaze. It's just, look, you really screwed us over on Waterlane. We'd worked hard to put a stop to that illegal newspaper. For the city. Your organization is equally illegal, or at least equally in the gray zone. You stole from them and tried to burn their hard work. We seized contraband, more like. Now, look, we're going to start the meeting. Don't interrupt. He glares at Snell for a second. All right, Norvikian Resistance members, thank you for attending today's meeting. Yeah, so the deal with these guys is that they're trying to assemble a nationalist party because they're really mad that they aren't getting jobs. But the reason why I don't like them, on top of their nationalist situation, is that they're mad at the shareholders that are making it hard for people to get work, but they are not mad for other people. They are not mad with other people. They're mad more for themselves that they aren't getting jobs. They don't really care about what other people have been going through. You'll see through this interaction. Important meeting. Shut up, Goblin, says the lanky kid and sparks a tiny fire from his hands. He laughs. Snell laughs. You think you look cool doing that? Damn child. The magic boy clears his throat. Esoteric Initiate Earth Nisei, here. The large one stands up and raises his fist into the air. Sten Buxen, yes. Don't shout, the quiet kid mutters. I'm here. Roll. He gives a nervous look at you. Then he mutters. Master of Whisperers. Your companion stifles a laugh. I told you it was a bad title. It should have been First Spy. No, that sounds like a magazine protagonist. And Master of Whisperers doesn't? It was the official title of Earth Spy Master. Do I look like a master? He hisses, then goes quiet once more. Rollo awkwardly clears his throat. Also, present is the visiting Lord Cleric. And his helper. Oh, I'm the help, am I? Oh, please, don't react to that. Don't be such a nerd. Just because you're unable to even touch the stuff doesn't mean others can't be cool. You're the best help, Snell. Don't worry. Give him a thumbs up. You guys seem organized enough. This is a joke, right? No. Cleric, we might not be many right here, but there are tons of members of the Norvikian resistance around the city. This is a serious political movement. He gives the three other kids a nervous look. I mean, we're getting there. He claps his fist to his chest. Meeting begins. The large boy cheers. Sweet. When do we go home? Home? No, There's not much to talk about, right? Yeah, my dad doesn't like it when I stay out like this. Come on, you guys. The election is just around the freaking corner. And I've got a mission. A big mission. Like, actually. Spit it out. Yeah, sure. I've received word from our contact. You know, the short guy with the weird beard. They have a fixer? A resistance movement member? Yeah. We don't have too much info on the other groups. There's this guy we call Shield Guard. He's in the palace. Probably a cleric. He knew magic and stuff. Word? A letter. He dropped off a letter with the resistance seal. He smirks. Half of Earth's red eye and half a shield. It's really cool. Halfling or dwarf? No, just a short human. What are your orders? Just like he told us about the chant being printed here on Tolstad, this time he let us know about another problem. An even bigger threat. Liverpox? What? No. Racism? No. Although hatred against humans is a big issue. See what I mean? See what I mean? See exactly what I mean? Fuck off. The delusionment of the youth? No. Gender inequity? No. Capitalism? No, well, kind of. The lack of religious fervor in the populace? No, but also yeah, but no. Free Striders? No, wait, yes. Yes, it's the Free Striders. Go on. He told me that the Ascani Reeds Trade Company, that's a Free Strider company, they apparently have some very important documents hidden in their offices on Waterlane. Specifically, a contract for a deal called the Harbor Accords. He wants us to... Actually, he didn't specify what we should do. He never really does, but he strongly implied that we should seize it for the state. But, you know, without being detected. Stealthily. He wants you to steal from a Free Strider company. He wants us to seize it. Stealthily, he repeats. What do you know about this company? It's an evil Free Strider parasite, sucking the city from its resources. It's all made clear in our manifesto. Can I read it? No, it's members only. You only get to read the manifesto of the organization after you've already joined? Yes. Don't join. What do you know about the building? I heard it's guarded pretty heavily. They've got a hippogriff on the roof. Griffin. It's a griffin. Griffin is the common spelling in Norvik, although Griffin, Griffin, and Griffin can appear in various places across Dimenorian lands. Whatever. Don't think there's magical locks, though. That's usually hard for places with a lot of movement going on. The goblin squints. You should know a lot about security, kid. In response, the kid looks around. My brother works as a locksmith. He does arcane locks sometimes. Tell me more about this contract. He shrugs. It's apparently very sensitive, but the contract is kept inside of the office. So what are you going to do? He thinks for a second. We just need to sneak in when it's dark, locate the safe, and crack it. It's apparently hidden behind a mirror. The info wasn't very specific, but hey, how many mirrors can they have, right? The boys silently and tensely glance around the roller mill. Like I said, Dad doesn't want me out on the streets at night, so I'm a skip. Isn't stealing illegal? Yes, then it is. Don't be pussies. Their leader gives a frustrated groan. This is the real deal. We can make a difference. Rolo, I don't think this is a good idea. You know what the Free Striders do? Oh yeah, litigation. I agree, it's a bad idea. Damn it! Then he turns to you and opens his mouth. Then he closes it and shakes his head. Sneaking in and stealing? Sounds honorable. But should you really do it if it's a Free Strider joint? Well, screw it. We'll make up some excuse. But that sucks. Unless, he says and gestures towards you, unless the cleric here wants to do it, then yeah, sure, we'll skip. No, no, fuck off. Where'd you say the Free Strider contract was?
It's,
Ascani Reed's Trade Co. It's on Waterlane View. Next to the warehouse and the bookbinder.
Yeah, that. Seems like they've got it in a safe, probably hidden. But I believe in you.
Your companion rubs his eyes. He's trying not to comment with all this strength. Don't you guys have jobs to do? The blonde kid gives you a blank expression. He glances to his friends, who all seem to avoid his gaze, before lowering his eyes. He stares at the floor of the roller mill. He replies, "We're doing important work here." Should I make fun of them for being unemployed? Do you get paid for holding these meetings? Hanging around this roller mill is important work?
Yeah, it is.
I'm actually, I work on Waterlane on some days. The magic kid raises his hands. I used to deliver milk. It's a seasonal thing. Rolo worked at the fishery. He gives the quiet kid a dirty look.
Those assholes fired me for not keeping up a bullshit quota. So yeah, cleric, we should have proper jobs if the city wasn't so infected.
Infected with what?
Outsiders? Freestriders?
You mean immigrants?
Sometimes, but not like...
I have a friend from Fordnip. He's cool. And Licky's family is Vorgeni. There's a difference between immigrants and immigrants. Oh, God, I just felt a fucking electric shock in my spine from that. That's awful. Who are the good immigrants in this case?
The types that work hard, I guess?
Don't commit crimes? They should learn to speak Diminord, too. When they make nice food.
Cool. We've got a definitive list now.
We should have more immigrants. That'll solve all of our problems. He scoffs loudly.
No. Then there'd be even less jobs for us Earth folk.
That's not how economic growth works.
Okay, maybe not, but that doesn't change what it's like to work for the guilds today.
He rubs his cheeks. A nervous tick.
It's complicated, okay? Norvik has always been a place for Earth conquered for humans. A place Earth conquered for humans. But he was also friends with lots of other folk. So the main issue isn't really immigrants. It's more like when there's so many immigrants that the city can't really keep everyone, like...
politically engaged. Fed?
Sure, something like that. But in the end, the Freestriders make a bunch of crowns in the city while the Earth folks suffer. And we don't like that.
So yeah, his deal is like... that, like, literally when they were listing off the, quote, good immigrants, that shit pisses me off. Like, no, fuck off with that logic. No, absolutely not. Like that is the reason that I will not recommend these guys to the Earth Guard. Fuck that shit. We don't.
We really don't.
Really don't?
Really don't.
We don't. The silent kid mutters. We don't.
We do not.
Your companion rubs his temples. It sounds more like you dislike the greed of Reeds more than you dislike immigrants.
Yes, that's exactly it. Have you tried getting a gig at any of the guilds in the last couple of years? 70 hours a week at the fishery got me barely enough to afford rent. Add some food on top of that, and it's barely enough to survive. And then the city cut the hourly rate to keep up with the pressure from investors. You know, from Reeds. It's a shit show.
Good luck with that.
Thanks.
I have some questions about the tea shop.
Sure, hit me.
All of you, I need the truth. We'll tell you anything we know. Yeah. The quiet kid nods. Where were you on the day of the explosion?
I was home.
Same. The quiet kid nods. What about you? Point to the lanky kid who keeps casting fire cantrips. Oh man, when was this game made? This game came out like this year. This game had a demo that I remember featuring a number of years ago, and it came out in March, I think, this year. So it's a very recent release. But yeah, this game is a very recent endeavor that is speaking really close to some really prevalent issues. He clears his throat. I was at Tolly's place. His dad can vouch for it. Sounding very similar. Yeah. And if I did have the power to cause explosions like that, I wouldn't use it to blow up a tea shop. even if it was an Asgal rat hole. So, yeah, to equate it to real world, Party of Norvik is essentially your fascist humans first party. Free Striders are like the capitalist continuous growth kind of party. Asgals and Asgalists are the socialist style party. And then you have the I'm the dictator stats, which are intelligence and charisma. And Constitution, you have the option to be very apolitical in this game. You were all home then, during lunch, on a work day. They nod. My little brother was close, though. Thank Earth he didn't get hurt. He told me about the fire being weird or something. Probably magical. So yeah, esoteric bullshit. He works in the kiosk on Pillar Road. What do you know about the owner of the tea shop? Some bird folk. I don't know. Never talked to the guy. The rest of you? They shrug collectively. You ever hang out in the tea shop? No, of course not. It was an Asgal hangout. Modissa was there a lot, from what I understand. Bet she knows a lot about it. That's all for now. Great. Just say the word if you need anything else. Some questions about you. Me? Okay. Rollo, is that a nickname because you hang out in a roller mill? He squints at you. No, that's just my name. I don't believe in coincidences. It's a very normal Earthfolkian name. I have 2 uncles named the same. Sure, whatever you say, kiddo. He sighs. Where'd you grow up? Over on Wall Street. Wall Street, the long street going under the shadow of the old city wall. Famous for being one of the most tightly populated areas of the city. Located in western Norvik in the housing district. Was it nice there? A bit cramped, but not that bad. We lived in an apartment right at the river. Stuff happened, and then we moved to Tolstad. Not that big of a difference, to be fair. My little brother likes it better here, though, so that's good. Why'd you join this movement? Because my city needs me. Right? He asks his friends, who all nod in approval. So you're just bored and looking for an outlet? No. He looks guilty. Yep. Has some very bad political beliefs and is bored and is causing some trouble because he has nothing better to do because he does not get a job at all. What does your father think of you being in this movement? Considering he's dead, I don't think he cares too much. What about your mother? I'll ask her if she comes home this month. Look, it's me and my brother. Alone. Okay? It's fine. We both work. All right, enough of the personal questions. Sure? He gives you a confused look. Confound, frankly idiotic look. Indeed. We'll go for more non-personal questions. Okay. This is an illegal organization conspiring against the city. The large kid perks up. The quiet kid glances between you and Rollo. The lanky kid spawns a weak spark in his hand, looking nervous. What? No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. But either way, you can't. You're leaving, one way or another. Make us. Your companion takes a deep step back. Get him, champ. Roll initiative. Oh, only one of them got better initiative than me. The big kid mutters as he gets up from his seat. 6, 7. Wait, was there actually... Okay, wait, no, I rolled a 6. Fuck, and it increased to 7. God damn it. We're doing this? A flame lights up in his hand. Weak magic, but still dangerous. The lanky kid finishes his attempt at a cantrip. A firebolt. Pain. He tosses the spark across the room, hitting you in the arm. Yes! Your chainmail is scorched. You tremble. These violent youths surround you. You must be careful. Are you done? No. He looks nervously to his friends. They all appear frightened. They will listen if you speak. They fear you might. They fear your might, but they will still fight against your tyranny, despite how foolish that would be. Okay, so I empathized with them last time, and that had me writing letters of recommendation for them to join the Earth Guard. I'm not doing that this time for a couple reasons. One, after that talk, of what they consider good immigrants and all of their humans first mentality, that is not something that I would ever want to have reinforced by something like having them join the Earth Guard, because that's going to give them some level of authority over people for them to do awful shit, which is something we are seeing right now all over the place in the US. So I'm not doing that. Like, I explained myself a bit better last time, but essentially a lot of the problems when it comes to the enforcement of law is the fact that so many of those that do it act like they are completely above it all and that they are consequence-free. And I have a very strong feeling that if I throw these guys over to the Earth Guard to be like, hey, here's my recommendation, here's some employment, that they will pretty much act exactly like the kind of awful policing that you tend to see, that we see all the time in the US and all over the world. So fair to say, like, and yes, we are playing as an Earth Guard ourselves, but seeing as how we are vehicled by, you know, our choices as a player, yeah, so I'm not giving these guys the authority to let them do whatever they want consequence-free, not with their views. A step towards the blonde kid, grab his neck. What are you, dumbass? He stares at you, wide eyes. You'll all end up in the dungeon if you keep this bullshit up. Okay. Good. Now, you have their attention. The four boys all look at you, fear and a bit of respect in their bulging eyes. Do it. Guide them to the future. I can't save in conversations. It's time for you to make a decision. What decision? The adrenaline is wearing off. Each of them, their hearts beating, legs weak. They are frightened. You can let them continue on their search for meaning, or grant them a way out. Show them the way. Drop it. I apologize for the scuffle. You must follow your own paths, so continue on your quest. Huh? I will not interfere. I've lost all interest in this. Just go do whatever. Really? Yeah. What the hell? You're just going to... Yes, ignore the fight. Happens all the time. That's not good. You shouldn't fight. It's a cleric thing. You wouldn't understand, big guy. We're happy if you're happy. Yeah. Rollo looks to his buddies, who all shrug. Okay, sure. What do you want then? I didn't like either outcome of that, if I'm going to be honest. Should have yelled at them to leave. You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. Do you like roller mills, Snell? I have no opinions on roller mills, cleric. And be careful with that ladder. Alright. I didn't like that interaction. Like, I should have just yelled at them to run. Oh, it's Rollo's brother. The scrawny kid sits alone on the roof of the roller mill. He jumps as he notices you approach. Hey, I'm allowed to be up here. He's taking a stand. Proud of him. The boy does not actually know if it's illegal to sit here. I didn't say anything.
No, I guess he didn't.
Relax, I'm just seeing what you're up to.
Oh.
His body language goes from fight or flight to, I guess I'm not going to die tonight.
I just come here sometimes, after work, to think.
Glance at Snell. He shrugs, then leans against one of the giant chimneys. He says, follow your heart. What do you like Do you like working at the kiosk?
Yeah, it's good.
He's trying not to talk to you, steering the conversation into a null. He wants to be left alone. Perhaps you should indulge him. Do your parents know you're out this late? He keeps looking out at the horizon.
No.
Uh-oh. Neither of them are around. An orphan, or just neglected. Well, you should let them know. They must be worried.
Mom's gone. Dad's dead.
That is awful. A child left alone in this world, without guidance. This is the kind of boy that should be swooped up by Earth's grace. No, no. Hasn't the child gone through enough? A glance towards your companion reveals a solemn expression gazing out over the city. Look out at the horizon. He doesn't say anything. The boy just looks at the horizon. Sit down next to him. He doesn't seem to react at first. Then he says,
I don't think about this a lot. I mostly just go to school and the kiosk.
Keep his mind off things. It's understandable. Why is it so difficult to open up? A question asked by men throughout the ages. It's most likely a muscle thing. The more dense your fibers, the less feelings are let out.
So being a man is about clenching the feelings stuck?
Yes! That's ridiculous. The mind does not work in that way, not even remotely. It's more to do with the role of man. As a provider and a pillar of stability, a man cannot often afford to be vulnerable. There is real honor in being able to show those parts of yourself, especially as a man.
Nah, honestly, it's probably just a defense mechanism. Anyone who shows their true face can be easily cut down. Which is why you obviously should never do that. Keep the mask up.
Think about your past. This boy's not so different from you. You should try to go against the easy road. Be open. Make this roll. Because this kid's got a shithead of a brother and his parents aren't around. You know what to say. Do I? You have to. Tell him. Oh no, not that. Sorry, but you have to. Tell him about Dad. So here's the thing. The boy doesn't say anything. My dad was crushed by a troll. He looks at you with wide eyes.
What?
The smell was awful. Loud. He told me to run, but I was very little. I stood and watched. I remember it well. Just 30 feet down the lane.
There was a troll in Norvik?
Almost. We lived in the hills. It went on a rampage through the village.
Oh.
10 men died that day. My dad was number 8 on the official list. He stops looking at you. It's not nice, not having a dad.
Yeah.
I've heard it's not always great to have one either.
Not always.
He speaks with pain. It's like... He glances across the river once more. You're not alone, Arn. It hurts differently for everyone, but you're not alone.
Yeah. Thanks, Cleric. And I mean, I'm not really alone. I've got my brother.
There is hope in his eyes when he says that. You wish you had a brother. He gets up from the roof tiles.
I should get home, he mutters. But yeah. Thanks.
He gives you a nod. Then he walks away.
I don't know if that made a difference or just got him confused. But good job.
Could have gotten worse. Leave. Man, there are some good moments that happen in this game. Like, despite that really could have gone better sequence with the with Rollo and the shitheads over here. Which sounds like a really cool punk band name now that I say that out loud. That was a nice moment. Also, it is really late in the night, so we're gonna go back to the tower, rest up, and send Snell on his way, and I'm gonna do some charisma rolls. Man, this game, it's got so many layers to it, Like, unfortunately, it does, if there's anything that I may say is that despite all of the really nice political intrigue that this game does have, I feel like it does lack some of the nuance on some choices in terms of how you interact with members of a certain party or how some of the interactions happen with this game. Like that Earthguard, or that situation with the kids, I should have just told them to, be a bit, just nut up and get a job, but I guess not. All right. She's not here.
I still can't get over it. I mean, an elf in a t-shirt? It's like the start of some dumb riddle.
He grunts and scratches his chin.
I hate riddles. I need sleep. See you tomorrow, cleric.
You stand alone in the tower. Alright, now that Snell's not with me, it's past midnight, so I'm going to actually see... Can I talk to Darrow? Probably not. I pissed him off pretty badly. There's a bunch of apples here. I'm gonna make a really... Oh, shit! You hear footsteps coming from behind. What? An ambush? Your body tenses. Do not falter. Roll initiative. Shit. They go first. Alone. They were waiting for Snell to leave. Wait, wait! The metal dagger aims at your chest. Huh? It lands, piercing the chainmail. Steel onto flesh. Just a little blood. It'll be fine. Adrenaline pumping. Let's go. Can't I cast Charm Person on this bastard? No, this is not a valid target. The mask. It is a metal barrier. No spell will pierce the assassin's mind. Try to understand. No, really, you're stabbed. I like that. You're already stabbed. Try to understand. Shit, yes! You focus on their movement. The attack is decisive, yet... This person is not trained. They carry all their magical gear, but their movement... Watch the assassin step forward. You see, they are almost stumbling forward, and their hands are shaking. He's a newbie? You can see through the attack. Do not stop. This bastard sure won't. You must destroy the attacker. You miss Snell. Once again, the assassin goes for a thrust, this time aiming at your throat. Shit! You feel nothing as it goes in. How deep, you do not know, but the warm rush of blood shows that something happened. Die! You are standing, but not for long. The assassin just stands there, his blade drenched in your blood. How are you? It tickled. That tickled. It's time to act. Strike back. You see through their movements. I feel better about a DC 9 on this. Lady Fair adding proficiency. Thank you, Lady Fair. You swing your fist forward, making contact with the attacker. In the face. Take that, asshole! He stumbles backwards, grunting to himself. Before, you watch as the attacker falls, his slender body tumbling backwards. The grassy and rough dirt gets struck by the rapid, accelerating, rolling assassin going downhill. Your eyes follow the descent as the attacker disappears. Like a spinning sack of apples, rolling into the roller mill ruins. Follow. By the time you reach the ruins, the shadowy figure scrambles to reach the edge. You follow it, real quick, but the bastard jumps into the water. Holy shit! You lean out, glancing down into the river. You see nothing. Only night and waves. The assassin is gone, along with any evidence of wrongdoing. Catch your breath. How horrific. Someone's really trying to kill you. Apart from the wounds you sustained, of course. You can't let him get the upper hand like this. You gotta be alert. Like faster. There's something strange about this. This was no killer. It felt like a mistake. All of it. You will have to be stronger next time in order to capture this foolish spellcaster. That bastard really did catch me off guard and alone. Yes, he is clearly a coward. Not that the goblin would be able to do much, of course. No, Snell's got a sling. He can help. This has to be connected with the tea shop, right? Do not be so hasty to make connections. You'll have to find out more. Try to speak with the assassin next time. Find out why they are trying so hard to hurt you. Try speaking. The bastard was actively trying to poke holes in you. Never let him get the upper hand on you. Just for some enlightened suicidal empathy, please. I'll get him next time. Sure you will. Good attitude. Let's not stay here. Time to go. Damn, that stung. Oh, hello. Something stuck in one of the roller mill blades. hold on. I'm going to cast. Don't I have... No, I don't have any healing on... Wait, hold on. No, I do. I do. I have apples. Haha. God, there's a lot going on in here. Cleric, Druid, Asgalist, yeah. Barbarian 1, Rogue 1. Awesome. Looking out over the ledge towards the roller mill blades, you see them spinning as per usual. Except in one of them, there's something stuck. You see a rod. A fancy thing. Decorated. How did it end up there? An esoteric event? Interesting. It appears you have spotted something interesting. That design is quite easy to spot amongst the mass-produced arcane-era magic items. It's an immovable rod. An immovable rod? Yes. Are they rare? No. Uncommon. Though they can be quite useful, as long as the esoteric forces upon them have not waned. However, while it is lodged inside of a roller mill blade, that is a more fascinating inquiry. Or why it is lodged inside of a roller mill blade, that is more fascinating. Wait, wouldn't it be dangerous to try and grab it? You could die, yes. But it might be worth it. But it might be worth it? Maybe. No. Meek may be here to help me on the DC, but I, in no uncertain terms, will be comfortable with the prospect of potentially dying because we have a point of exhaustion on us. Alright, so what we're going to do is go to the Sphinx, because I can't find our angel friend, so we're going to go to the Sphinx, and I'm going to make a charisma roll. I'm going to be very interested in this outcome, because I think it will be very funny. Drunk Sphinx, here we go. Alright, I'm going to save before we do anything. Sorry, I've got hair on my face. That's the thing about growing my hair out the way I have is that, god damn it, it keeps getting in my face all the time. There we go. Good DC got. Money, money, money. This is what you get when the pragmatism of devilhood mixes with the dexterity of humanish fingers. A mint-making, crown-conscious capital creator of the highest class. Entrepreneurship is about distribution. It's about seeing through the common clay and figuring out the hacks of reality. It's like magic, really, except it works on a scale. This woman has found several holes in the city's purse. Over the years, she's run factories, founded startups, dealt with city corporations, guild deals, and now she's a tavern proprietor. A highly accomplished woman. The type to flourish with the Freestrider future. Cleric! Lovely to see you again. Anything I can help you with? You know anything about an elf on Tolstad? An elf? On Tolstad? You go up the hill, you might find some. Near the Elysian Embassy, obviously. In the Palace District. But not here. Don't get elves here often? In 3 years, we've never had an elf in here. Like, actually none. To my knowledge, at least. I found a dead elf in the tea shop. She stares at you. You what? You what? She looks around, her eyes wide open. She's making sure no one else heard. Firstly, someone actually died in the tea shop. And it was an elf. You can sense her fear. I can't discuss the details. I get it. City business. You see the gears turning behind her bright eyes. This might bite you in the ass later. All right, another topic. Sure. That's all for now. Behold. There we go. What's this last one for her? Resentment. Anyone sane, with even a sliver of mortal understanding, would feel resentment after being stuck in one spot for millennia. Ulzis, this oh-so-powerful creature, feels a hint of resentment towards her masters. Perhaps that is why she entertains this fleeting moment. All right. Actually, if she and Lady Sagely fought, what would that look like? The Sphinx takes a sip from her barrel of wine. Little one, she says and looks right through you. You're a very impressive creature, you know that? Mm-hmm. She taps her claw. Where are you going with this, little one? Oh boy. Get ready to run. Yeah, this might be a bad idea. Never mind. The DC's way too high. Anything that I have that can boost my charisma? 3 HP. I have this. That gets it to an 11. 2 charisma. Minus 2 charisma. Plus 2 charisma. Minus 3 charisma. Plus 1 charisma. Okay. Oh, interesting. Ooh. Concentrated rhubarb ale. An Ascani classic contains a fizzy drink that tastes like ale with none of the downside. So it's okay for you to drink this since it's non-alcoholic. Grants minor charisma increase for a week. Well, it's actually going to be an in-game week because of the election. So, the cost and spell slot requirements for sending has created many off-brand versions capable of short-distance messaging. During the Coast War, the Arcanist forces were often equipped with this so-called pebble, a stone capable of casting sending on any familiar target within a kilometer. Okay. I could examine this. You hold up the pebble. You think about who you could send a message to. There are a few targets you have in mind. So I can use this to send messages to people, right? You can. The Pebble of Sending is a powerful magic item, not quite as versatile as the Stone of Sending. The differences being, the stone can send to anyone on the current plane of existence. The Pebble has a limit of 1 mile. Hey, got any cool riddles that can fit into 30 words or less? Rick's bitter. Alright. Okay. Okay, so if I attempted this roll again... Let's see. +3... No, even if I... Unless I rolled a natural 20, there is not a chance that I could get that done. That I could get that roll. That roll would not be possible for me. So I'm just going to put all my stuff back. Pocket watch, you go back there. Meek, you go here. Ring of Regeneration for every hour. Ooh. The only downside... If I did not get... Well... I don't think having that exhaustion point would even help me. Okay, well... Is there anything else I can do with it being midnight in the city? Snell's not with me. Maybe I should talk to Viskin. Because we learned from him... Or we know he's a lich now, so... Maybe we should go in and see. I'm going to save since we've got that going. All right, and Ost is not here. Oh! Soldier. Oh, it's a whole meeting. Good evening, cleric. The pleasant words belie his annoyance. They're having a meeting. Crocodile. Dark Knight, Kobold, Goblin. What the fuck? Is this an ambush? So, what's the subject of this here meeting?
Cleric is trespasser. Go home.
The Kobold points his crossbow in your general direction. Stare at the Kobold. Cleric, his words. They cause your legs to falter. I would like to ensure something from you. What would that be? Silence. The pale man glances towards his servants before he speaks. You have uncovered a fair bit of information. I'm impressed. However, I must insist you keep that information to yourself. He shrugs as though he has no choice in the matter. Permanently, he is going to kill you. The Dark Knight lifts his axe to his shoulder. He's tying up loose ends, of course. Make sure you show yourself useful. Whoa, hold on. I won't say anything to anyone. I have no interest in your business here. Let me go. I'm here to learn Viskin. I am no threat. There is a bit of a security risk here, as far as I'm sure you can imagine. You hear a chuckle coming from the goblin hiding in a corner. Your handler follows you everywhere, cleric. Good thing he's not a night creature like yourself. Handler? Snell? Damn it, I should have brought Snell with me. Yes, they're only willing to do this because you did not. This is an ambush for a single target intended to kill. Oh, I'm screwed. Not yet. I'm sure we can work something out here. Kraid is happy to see this. Cleric will struggle, yes. Cleric will not give up. A wide grin is etched into the beast's face. He inhales deeply. Do what master say. If not, cleric die. Do not move, soldier. That is an order. You need to talk. Talk. Let's just calm down here, all right? We're not enemies. Sure. And why don't you come over here then, friend? The wretched goblin takes a step closer. Also add Blake in a I'll enjoy skinning you alive, you filthy human. The goblin lets out an insane, shivering chuckle. No, the skin needs to be attached. Cleric gets what's coming to cleric. Tell me, are you involved with the tea shop explosion? Of course not, cleric. It's been an annoyance, however. Remember, I'm solving that annoyance. The pale man stares at you. Indeed. I'm very close to finding out the truth. I am. With uneering deliberation, his face arrives with a faint smile. Perhaps. Are they all undead? No, but some of them are. Viskin stares at you blankly. The crocodile lets out a noisy chortle. Kraid is slightly undead. It will pass. Slightly undead? Kraid fell during the razing of a village. A good battle. As you can imagine, for me, death is only a slight hindrance. However, from a biological perspective, the crocolisk's body is a nightmare. Ost performed a necromancy with great form, but much of Kraid's flesh was unaffected. Ost followed instructions, master. Very good instructions. So today, even in a technical sense, Kraid is arguably slightly undead. Is the kobold undead? No. Ost is a life servant until Ost die. Then Ost is undead servant for master forever. Right. You just really love your master. Yes. Ost is a very good servant, cleric. Do not worry about that. And Raz? I work for pay, human, and Viskin's got crowns to spare. He jingles a heavy purse. Best employer in the city. The Lich looks away. Raz has, in turn, proven to be indispensable. As a hired killer? At times, but primarily as a source of information. Not as fun, but yeah. Paranoid humans will pay anything for secrets. The Lich tapped his finger. That does sound like good work. Now what about him? Point to the duck and move on. They all go quiet and stare at Viskin. Then Viskin nods to the Dark Knight. I am a wraith. A wraith? Like a spirit? I am a manifestation of the fear instilled in the enemies of the state. I bring order to chaos. Yes, tell cleric. The kobold smirks. You take wrong step, Borgo will end cleric. Viskin clicks his tongue. The kobold stops smiling. His normally unfeeling face ends up in a sort of terrified scowl. The kobold messed up. He used the wrong name. Borgo. Oh, so not the duck. They all go quiet and look to their master. Borgo. Wait. Interesting. The wizard must have stolen the corpse. Oh. You resurrected Borgo Darrow? Of course not, cleric. This is another Borgo. A deflection. Oh, the pale man is flustered, as much as he is able to be. Let me explain. At one point, they each had code names. Unfortunately, they were not found to be too practical. The duck is one of the code names. Perhaps we can move on from this. Wait, who came up with that code name? It's awful. An awkward silence falls upon the chamber. Viskin raises one finger. I did. It's not that awful. The pale man stares at you. He lets the silence stick in the air. What were the other code names? Ost was the hand, Raz was the eye, Kraid was the rage. Not really sticking to a theme, huh? It was an attempt.
Kraid liked the rage. It was suitable. Raz is fine. Ost liked whatever master suggests.
Right, moving on. The pale man nods.
Yes, cleric, move on.
The kobold looks relieved. Alright, well, we'll continue after the ad break. So, 3 minutes of ads, hour of no pre-rolls after, so get hydrated, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Alright, this is going to be interesting. So, this is going to be a battle of trying to get that DC to be low enough for me to pass it. Thankfully, I have a modifier on it, but... these are your evil minions, Viskin?
They are my associates. You know Ost, my faithful companion.
Master.
The duck is Force incarnate and my enforcer.
The Dark Knight bows his head.
Raz is a reliable mercenary and a quick, silent killer.
Yeah, that's right.
Finally, Kraid is not only brutally strong, but he is one of the great hunters of our age.
Kraid is also proficient chef.
The Lich tilts his head.
Of course.
Okay. What's it like being a Lich? The pale man does not answer your question for quite some time. He simply stares at you, dead still. Oh, jeez. See how still he is? He stopped pretending to breathe.
It is good. I've made a good life for myself. Lichdom is not to be undertaken lightly. It requires personal sacrifice and often general bloodshed. Personally, I avoid such barbarism. My continued existence does not hurt anyone, I assure you.
How is that supposed to work? Liches have to suck souls, don't they?
Normally, the cost is very high. For me, it is cheap. That is for a multitude of reasons, which I won't get into, but the upside is major. I do not draw any attention, nor do I hurt anyone. That allows me to work in peace.
So yeah, Viskin's a Lich. So, like, we found this out before when we were figuring out what was up with him, so this is interesting. What exactly is the grand plan here?
I'm what you would consider a researcher. Beyond that, my goals are my own.
So, what are you guys voting for in the...
No, cleric. This is not the time.
Yeah, not that you're very consistent with asking that at the right time. What do you want me to do?
I need you to swear an oath, cleric. A binding contract on your soul. Swear yourself to my interest.
To follow this abomination would be heresy, to say the least.
You will be rewarded for such loyalty, of course. In return, you will simply have to perform a handful of tasks on my behalf. A slight service in exchange for great influence.
To bow down is not ideal. However, you can learn a great deal from this Lich. Enough to make such an oath worthwhile. Do I have a choice?
We always have a choice, cleric.
I'm gonna go for it. Son of a bitch. It's a good thing I quick saved before I went down here. Okay, you've got 4 deranged killers and a lich, and none of them like you or respect you. This is bad. You need to somehow prove to them you're capable of keeping this secret, which you obviously cannot. I can't do anything? There's no right thing to say. Instead, you have to do something awful. Here goes. What happens if I just say fuck you? Fuck you.
I wish this could have gone another way, cleric.
He motions to the others in the room. They interpret it correctly. Kill him. Roll initiative. Another 6, really? Yeah, I figured Viskin would get the highest. The 4 helpers get ready to attack. To kill. Viskin takes a step back.
Focus, he is a powerful cleric.
The Titanic Knight seems not to be moving at all, until you notice waves of sickening energy pulsating from his helm. You feel one crash into you, a brick wall of nausea. Cried Hans! The beast makes a rapid, slithering lunge at your torso. You lean back to dodge the worst of it, but he makes you do with a gut-wrenching bite to your arm. Pain. The goblin raises and fires his bow in a fluid motion. Fire through your back as the arrow pierces your body. Okay, so if I hit a nat 20, I avoid exhaustion after death saving throws. Interesting. His eyes are alight with glee. Ah! Ost hoists his crossbow and aims it carefully. You hear the twang of the release, and the bolt pierces your leg. Pain. If I somehow... Oh my god. How do I keep doing that? You're surrounded. No way you can dodge anything here. The only way you might be able to do is pick who you're close to. Or you might be able to disrupt their attacks with magic. No, you must endure. Am I going to die here? Single point, signs point to yes. Yeah, your odds aren't exactly looking good. Steel yourself. Take the hits. I can't steel myself. I can't take those hits. You try to face your foes bravely, but you begin to panic. There are 5 of them. Each of them is dangerous, and every one of them wants to kill you. You are going to die. You are going to die. You are going to die. This is the most dangerous situation you have ever been in. The Lich must pay. Viskin crosses his arms, glancing between you and his helpers.
Come now, it should not take much longer.
The knight steps forward and inexorably lifting his axe. He crushes it down on you. There is no way to resist this pain. This hurts. How do I keep... Huh? Cried once more. Just as you recognize he's moving, the crocodile closes his jaws around your arm and twists. Tearing of flesh. Ripping of veins. Pieces of chainmail scattered across the ground. Huh? Your right arm is ripped from your body. Look at your stump. Blood sprays. Your mind is filled with the white noise of pain. No, 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 no! No, no! You are going to die here. The crocodile crunches your arm, savoring it. Yes, fucking finally! The goblin is already behind you, bracing himself against your body. I'm level, what, 2, 3? There we go. Yeah, it was going to be an uphill battle no matter what. So we're going to load that quick save I did, because that was a disaster of an idea to go through. Holy shit. Okay. Lesson learned. Holy fuck. Okay. With that done, or at the very least, we got a peek as to what the fuck we were doing there. So Viskin's had them be operators across the city. If I engage with this, is there anything new? You touch the pillar. Nothing new. Okay. Worth a try. Don't I have something that gives me a second level spell back? Let me check. Recover first level spell slots. Grants you incense burn. No. Bucket. I could have swore I had something that gave me a second level spell back. Person. Cardamom treat. Pillar of Jor stuff. That's not it. I'm just going to equip that back on. It's not like I'm going to get in any fights. Yes! Okay, there we go. Goes down smooth. What the hell is that? As you step up to the door, you see smoke billowing out of the little hatch. A wooden sign hangs upon the door on a slightly rusty nail. It says, open. Knock on the door. 3 hard slams, followed by a crunchy voice from beyond. Yeah. A bloody moment, will you? I am waiting, potion seller. You hear a harsh growl from inside. I told you, 1 bloody moment. Through the smoke, you see a pair of peering red eyes in the hatch. You hear him click his tongue. You a copper? Maybe, shrug. He grunts. I hate indecisiveness. I hate it more than impatient debbers. Oh, wait. I hate indecisiveness more. Yeah, that's right. Oh, no matter. If you got coin, you got potions, lad. Swirling, glowing, make your muscles get thicker and shit brute. I like the sound of that. Show me your wares, potion seller. Potion seller? Suppose you can call me that. We all got standard stuff, slush and river blood, you know. Just say the word. I'll gabbin. Gabbin? Oh yeah. Garbogle. Gabbin. Is he having a fucking stroke? He speaks a truly esoteric dialect. That's great. I love a potion. Coolly. Go ahead, brute. I can't afford most of these. Potion of healing. Do we have to do business on the steps like this? Can't I come inside? Nah, my gaff's of pure blood. Don't want you dragging mucking neither. The smoke alone would probably destroy your lungs if you did. What about utility potions? Utility? He cackles. Is that what you lot calling it these days? Sure, do you have it? Of course. Polymorphic, body-cracking, transmutationables. Them's getting rare, brute. Can't say my sources to spit up the tools. Sideways got dried up on me. And then with the massive demand, especially the legendary ones I asked for all the time, you know the permanents. That shit can't be brewed though. I get why them's asking though. I don't have any left. Tons of that gaff on the market still though. Find it elsewhere, though, brute. Or go to the Sideways City yourself. What kind of effects are we talking about here? Longevity potion is the biggest one. Clear, right? Living longer is popular. No surprise. That and mirror gender potion. Flipping your poppin' on the other side, brute. Nothing better. Mirror gender potion. A unique and mass-produced polymorphic potion that swaps the drinker upon Jor's masculinity-femininity spectrum. Oh! Literally trans your gender. Wow, cool. So there literally is a potion of trans your gender. Then there's other transmute spell in a bottle. Mostly hex brew, real muck. Hex brew, a brand of potion, as well as the name of the largest mega coven in the Reeds, led by Joanna, the most powerful hag on the coast. If you got yourself crowns, you can morph yourself in any way, brute. Once my sources get me them bloody tools. You're completely out? Yeah, coolly. Well, too bad. Yeah. Let's see. Got something more potent? The potion seller cackles. Nah, brute. Not for you. No for you. What? Why? Why? 'Cause you'll be knackered by one swig. My special brews ain't for you, silly lad. You tilly lads. I promise I can handle it, potion seller. Brute. I've yet to be convinced. You've shown your impatience. Fuck, I should not... Shit. Okay, if you say so. I'll do. Anything else? Vorgi Ribberdrop. Virginie. I've got the crowns, why not? Jim Rat, eh? No, Judge. Just to make sure this is oral, brute. Don't go sticking it up your bum. Why would I do that? Some of them give a bit of extra kick if you do. This won't, so don't. Imagine that, suppository potion selling. It's like, imagine that being the conversation you have to have with your party whenever you're going dungeon crawling. We've got to do this dungeon run, but our rogue, he took a really bad hit from that skeleton axe earlier. I don't know what we could probably do to help him. You ever, like, give it, like, a potion of healing, but it's, like, done in a suppository way. Give it, like, a +2 instead of a +1 for the spellcasting level. Is there anything else? Because it's past in-game midnight, so there isn't really much. Yeah, there's just some areas I do not feel comfortable going to without Snell, so I'm gonna go to bed, I suppose. And plus, we have an exhaustion point because of that ambush, so we're gonna hold off. So we'll go through this, and I think we'll probably start going down into the city below, because we have a telekinetic ant with us that has the ability to read our minds, so I would like to go help this ant get back to their colony. That's awesome, though, that the game just has a transgender potion in-universe. Like, that's something that I also like about this game, is that they are very much on the ball of, like, being in on some of the modern ideas of the internet and the world at large. You know, transgender potion, and then there was also the mass torsion spell reference. This is wishful thinking on my part, but I would fucking love it if mass torsion can be a spell scroll that we find. If we could learn mass torsion and I could cast testicular torsion on multiple targets, oh man, I would have a fucking field day with that. All right, we're taking a long rest to get spells back. So I just burned an incense for nothing to get knockback, or a second level spell. You lay down on your bedroll, finding sleep difficult. As you stir, you think about your quest, the star witness, the man in yellow. Frank, son of Frank, it might just be a dead end, though you've got a distinct feeling that he's lurking somewhere below. Yeah, we should also go find Frank, son of Frank. Then, there's the question of the elf. This was supposed to be a simple job. No casualties, no pressure, just some angry goblins in a ruined tea shop. Now it appears to be anything but. So many loose threads, but don't worry, you've got time. You'll still need to locate the tea shop owner. It's time to delve deeper, past the below. Among its many secrets, some path has to go deeper. All right, before you know, 8 hours have passed. You successfully complete your long rest. There's just a lot of moments that I really like in this game. It's really good. I don't know if I would say Game of the Year, because I have not played many other games that have come out this year yet due to financial and just time not really affording me the ability to do so. But this is a good one. This is a very good one. Another day full of trouble. The end is near. It is time to open your heart. The people of Tolstad cry out for you. You really got to finish this today, or else people are going to talk. There's so much stuff to do today. Hells yeah, brother. Time to get to work. I'm already on day 3. Time moves fast when you're running around like a headless chicken. The election looms. Yeah, we've got 2 days until the election, I think. Behold her. That's a no. Okay. I'm gonna quick save again. And we're gonna have a talk. So, Etir here is an angel. She works for the Coin Lord, essentially like the big head honcho of the city. And she lives in this tower too. Cleric. She is still working on detailed notes, her halo spinning slowly around her. Get to know her better. You will falter. Before the steps of divinity, your manhood crumbles. As you ask about, religion. You defeated a skeleton. That makes you a man. Maybe some other time. Yeah. Yeah. You are an ethereal, yet also imposing woman. Attempt to flirt. Imposing? Ethereal? Her telepathic voice gets dropped down several octaves. All the way down your back. Your spine. How is her DC to flirt with her higher than the Sphinx's? There's going to be... I have to roll some other modifiers to... I have to get some other modifiers to lower that. DC 28. Unless I roll a nat 20, there is not a chance I'm going to get that. Never mind that, actually. Her many eyes stare at you for approximately 3.5 seconds. Then she says, okay. Could I do... No, not with... My strength is not the highest for that. Besides, like, I forgot just how high those DCs actually were for the charisma check. Where's Snell? Do I need to find him at his apartment? Because I think on day 2 he met me here. Huh? A trash receptacle, mostly slick, stacked with old signs, and... Dream patch. What is this thing? Oh, it's a bandage. Small amount of pixie essence incorporated into a sticky patch can be used to recover a 3rd level spell. I'm sorry, I'm going to use it to recover a 3rd level spell. I'm essentially eating a bandage. Ew, I'm not... What? Alright, well, we're going to go get Snell. And then we'll go down to the city below to find Frank, son of Frank. Because he is a key witness, and that is definitely a fake name. And I am, like, right at the cusp of leveling up, too. I'm so miffed about that. Like, it's literally right there. Okay. Oh, we can take root in some things. This could level us up. Hold on. Take root for the tea shop. I'm going to go a little longer than my normal streams because I'm genuinely really curious. What is loneliness? Excuse me? What is it? That feeling in your chest. The knowledge of lacking, of being without, this thing hanging veil-like as a connective tissue between others. Is it something? Or is it simply void? I don't know. Why are you asking such a weird question? It is on your mind. So, you come here to solve a mystery. Yet what you find is everything working against you. Someone must really not like me. Yeah, that's been pretty annoying. It has been difficult, yes. Political forces working against each other, not in direct competition, but indirectly, as the election looms over all folk. A coin lord who wishes nothing to be brought to light under his reign. A chieftain who wishes to hold her domain tightly. Caught between a poor woman in a tea shop. How do you know she's innocent? I'm well on my way to dealing with this already. I just got to keep going a bit further. That is true. For you, despite the tribulations, it has proven a revitalization. A return to form. This last year has been terrible. It's been fucking awful. I'm going to head out and enjoy the stream. Thanks for coming by, Combo. Hope you have a good rest of your night. And hope whatever the upcoming week will be all right for you. It's been fucking awful. But now, you are on your way to handle it all. All thanks to... bit of luck. Yes, a bit. But it is your new companion who has been the turning point. Snell. His presence is a good in your life. I didn't know if Snell was the right answer. He is potentially a friend. A friend. Friendship is not a necessity. Nor is beauty. Nor is love. They do not help you survive in this world. Rather, each of those... I thought maybe it would... Oh, you know what it was? I thought it was going to be one of those things where I click each of those and wisdom goes, no, pick the next one, Dumbo. Rather, each of those things give value to survival. So the empty hole in your chest does not open up as wide as the end of your next quest. At the end of your next quest. When the silence of your tower office or room at Mom's apartment does not engulf you quite so suddenly and hastily. Remember that feeling. But then you can ask yourself another question. What is tea, really? Are you shifting topic again? A warm liquid, filtered through leaves of various distinguished plants, only to be served to free-spirited youthful folk of common cloth. A drink of the post-war era. And then the drink explodes. It does not. However, you see, at the center of Norvik, in the middle of the chilled river Torna, sits a fortress. Once filled with folk, each of them flowing through the alleys and tunnels and streets. At the center of which you find a tea shop. Stepping through its doors, you're immediately hit by a wave of esoteric aromas. There are folk of all kind debating, playing music, and exchanging ideas with these walls. Stacks of newspapers thrown about the tables. Behind the counter, you see a dark-feathered creature serving freshly brewed cups. This is a tea shop. There are many like it in Norvik. There is nothing special about this one, apart from the fact that this one blew up. What's the tea shop called again? That is clearly not important, since it is now left only a memory to those who loved its comfort. It was the best years of your life. It was the closest you ever came to having real friends. Most of it spent drinking halfling tea in Throgby, one of 5 districts in Norvik, located in and around the Great Steam Pit in northwest Norvik. Great Steam Pit, a deep crevice in northwestern Norvik that's connected with the river via a canal, a centerpiece of Throgby? I don't know how to pronounce that. With people. Oh, shut up. They used you. Aren't you the one always going on about exploited labor? Well, that's you. A lonely kid, tricked into pushing dwarf propaganda. That's all. It is not so simple. They were also kids. Miran, Miran, a former leader and founder of the Asgal Youth, currently the only female foreman among the Norvik Asgal Council. You don't need them. Nothing to cry over. Nothing lost. Everything gained, however. If you hadn't gotten arrested, you never would have joined the Earthguard. It was destiny. A group of Asgalists turning on each other, running to the hills to survive that. It builds character. Keep this goblin at arm's length. You don't know where he's been, or what his intentions are. You will make it as a lone cleric against the world. As always. Oh no, don't push him away. You gotta reel him in, just like everyone else. Your main problem from the beginning has been one thing. Honesty. You keep showing your true colors. Nobody likes that. Keep it friendly. Keep it light. Everyone should enjoy your company. They can enjoy your company without it being a winning game. But if they enjoy your company, you win. Everyone wins, including you. Ignore this idiocy. Focus on your spells, learning, retaining knowledge, and applying it during your downtime. Become an ever greater master of memorization. Okay, I'm ready to make a choice. Go with your heart. It lives in your sleeve. Friendly company. You'll be a great friend. A true friend. And so you shall remain. Stop thinking about this. That's a level up. Ooh, a boost to an ability score? Let's go... Intelligence. And we have more that we can do. Class conflict. Take root.
They must have realized it by now. You're not just some government goon.
God damn it, I fucking hate... If there's anything that makes me so miffed at the internet is how they ruin so many words. And even terms and phrases and stuff. Like, goon is now completely taken on different contexts, and I'm like, God fucking damn it. It used to mean just like an underling, and now it's gotten a wholly different context because the internet took it and ran with it in not just an opposite direction, but in some kind of alternate plane. Fuck.
You are
A cleric?
You are the cleric. This is your calling, your duty, your life. Since you joined the Earthguard to make sense of this unruly life of yours. It is your calling. This is where you found your zealotry, your love for this city, your meaning in life.
Pure clerical.
There are other trials as well.
Or trails as well. Yeah, not trails, trials.
One's more in tune with your natural inclinations.
Ah, of course, all that druid craft.
Yes. You have shown promise as a primal caster. A friendly local druid. That is also a choice you could make in the coming years. One that would suit your demeanor well, and potentially grant you access to healthy friendships. Those things, whatever you say, is not what your innards crave.
Those things?
The others. The job, the craving, the moving, the thinking. If you are thick, you can keep taking hits. If you get back up, even with a world upon your shoulders, suffrage, order, buildings, home, hierarchy. Nothing natural, all fake. No, your body craves the real. Fresh meat, flowing water, green grass.
I don't think...
Think less, feel more. And so on.
I'm ready to make a decision. Choose a feat.
Yes, it is here.
You know. Friendly local druid. I'm kind of feeling the druid path here.
Lovely. The local commune will surely accept you. A wonderful time is ahead.
Feel like you found yourself. And then... Forgo feet, forgo feet, forgo feet. Was it just those two? It's just those. Okay. So we have gone full on druid, and we have a 3rd level spell now that we can get on, which will be nice. God, that's nice. I really like those moments of discovery of our feats. That's really cool. All right. Let's get Snell.
Morning, cleric.
The goblin rubs his eyes. You ready to head out?
I usually head out about this time, so yeah, I'm ready.
Snell's joined your party. Can I tell him that someone tried to kill me? God damn it, 6 to 7. Motherfucker. All right. You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. A lot of rain today. What do you think we should do?
About the rain?
No, what should we do today?
Ah, right. Good question. We have a few good clues, if you ask me. The local Asgals did hang out at the tea shop quite a bit. They could very well know something about our unfortunate elf. Maybe we should try to make contact. I know they've got some members living in the holes.
Time to go knock on some doors. He shudders loudly.
You do that. I'll be the backup.
Actually, Snell has a good point, because frankly, I have a feeling that I have a very strong feeling that perhaps the city below line of finding Frank, son of Frank, will be a really long endeavor. And while I do want to go for longer than I normally do, I do have work. So I don't think I'll have the time. So I'm going to see if I can find the Asgal youths that we were encountering before. Okay, so actually, you know what? I want to check that potion I got from the guy. What did I get? A vial of blessed river water from Vorgeni, land of giants. Popular among the Earthguard. It's usually labeled as not blood. Grants minor strength increase for a week. Ooh. Strength increased by a grand total of 1. Because in-game, it's a whole week that it lasts, so... yeah. R&A. Snell's apartment's down there. Maybe try Water Lane? Yeah, like that whole Viskin situation was not a good turnout for me. That went piss poorly. Oh my god, Ost. Oh right, the milk running. I forgot about that. Office of Surrey. Oh. I've seen this guy in promotional stuff. Snurre Appledent. I got one bit of info. A scholar of the Fordnip Commonwealth, a man working out of a hole in the wall. Children's drawings on the wall. A scholarly commendation of the Fordnip Commonwealth. Almost dead, but not yet. You take a step into the cramped office, standing in front of a sleeping halfling. Is this a scholar? Curse of the gods, go investigate his book collection before waking the lazy halfling. Hello? Oh, he moans and slowly opens his bushy eyes. His confused gaze focuses on you.
Life is pain.
What?
Terrible, terrible pain.
Oh, he mutters and rubs his face. The wrinkles fold over one another like waves on a storied sea.
Are you...
He looks at you with his weary expression, then rubs his nose and sniffs twice.
Are you here for the invoice?
A quick glance to Snell. His words come out in a typical Fordnip accent. What?
The invoice.
I don't have any invoice, not for you at least.
You don't? Oh, hold on. I've already paid that invoice. You're here for something different.
He leans in, facing Snell.
I hope Queen Goblin has no quarrel with this old scholar.
He holds up a palm.
Nah, we're here on city business.
Yes, I've got some questions about the tea shop mostly.
Tea shop? Then you are dealing with interesting events. The city has seen its fair share of great calamities over the years, and the tea shop explosion appears tiny in comparison.
Tiny? No, it's a huge conspiracy.
A huge one? Better take care of it then. Curiosity is absolutely vital for keeping the old brain in motion, so I commend you, cleric. And you as well, my goblin friend.
He looks around grunting.
Can I get either of you some fucking water, or...
He wields swear words like coastal winds.
You like this guy. He's like a rabid dog without the biting.
So far. No, thank you. Your companion replies very quickly.
You're Scholar Appledent, right? Me? Yes, I am Snurre Appledent, he says and bows his head in the chair. Scholar of Fordnip University, in dedicated service to the progress of AIS.
AIS? Alignment Intent Studies.
Alignment, an esoteric effect which brands each creature on the coast with one of 9 labels. 2 on axis, lawful to chaotic, and good to evil. It is debated exactly who or what determines the parameters within this effect. Spells like Detect Alignment are capable of parsing this effect.
Primarily, my expertise lands on the topic of alignment and its many historical and contemporary applications. Some bullshit, I will tell you. These days, I mostly deal with other forms of study. Specifically, I run this office here on the experimental technique of psychoanalysis.
What kind of a magic is that?
No magic at all, although there has been some detect thoughts involved at some points in the development. It is a form of mind healing, as they call it. I'll be one to call it support instead. It is essentially the idea that the mental present is shaped by the mental past, and that through dialogue or unreleased. What the fuck am I reading? Unreleased unconscious ghosts can be vanquished.
An exorcism?
Almost. While the ghosts are metaphorical, it is not really that different from the expulsion of neurotic possession. A Rhesian friend of mine once told me this joke, and I apologize if it's too vulgar for your taste, but...
He sputters out the words through his little chortles. Listen to the vulgar joke. I could use a laugh, why not?
Right. A cleric, an arcanist, and a rogue delve into the lair of a succubus. The fiend defeats all 3 men, throwing them into her dungeon. But she grows to fancy them, so she offers them a choice. For each man who can successfully satisfy her, she will let that man go. Otherwise, he speaks with little fits of laughter in between, she ends them, so to say.
This is going to be a long tale.
You actually haven't heard this one. What a rambunctious tale. Do go on. So the 3 adventurers debate in which order to go. Eventually, the rogue and arcanist decide the cleric should go first, as he is a virgin and will be least likely to increase her standards.
Your goblin companion rubs his eyes as he listens to the joke.
The cleric, being divine and so on, prays to his god and goes to the fiend's bedchambers. He comes out 10 minutes later, completely unharmed, and gives a thumbs up to his 2 friends, who of course both feel a great sense of relief. The arcanist goes in next, confident and arrogant. If the cleric could do it, the fiend must be easy. Within minutes, his bones roll out of the bedchamber entrance, the man having been incinerated by hellish flames. The rogue is horrified, but realizes, obviously, the arcanist overestimated his abilities, so he carefully enters the bedchamber, ready to put every ounce of effort into it. Less than a minute later, screams erupt from the bedchamber, and the rogue's lifeless corpse falls out of the entrance. The cleric prays for the souls of his comrades, and gathers their remains for burial. The succubus steps out, smoking a cigarette. She tells the cleric, "My, your friends were truly terrible. They were just fumbling about down there. At least you've managed to touch it a little." To which the cleric responds, "You are truly an awful creature, and I will pray for your presence to be exorcised from this plane of existence every day until the day I die." Then, before he walks away, the cleric also adds, "Oh, but I did heal that horrible wound you had between your legs. Hopefully that makes you less evil in the future." The goblin lets out a slight gust of wind through his nose. Oh. So an extremely advanced case of mend butt crack. Oh. Okay, that's pretty good. I get it. The halfling chortles loudly. My kind of humor, you might say. In short, you can view the succubus as an evil in the world which religious fervor would pray to repair. However, such reparation could often lead to a not-so-optimal path. He keeps on laughing.
Or, most simply, you could say it's a basic allegory for alignment itself. The cleric meant well for all his intents, but his actions cost the lives of both his comrades. Is that evil, or is it good, and so on? Either way, psychoanalysis. Yes, that's what we were talking about. It's about your feelings, thoughts, memories, choices you've made, things that have happened to you. They can bog you down, so to say, and the goal in my clinical practice is to root that out in my patients' minds and make them aware of repressed negative baggage, if you will, so one can move forward speedily.
Sounds like removing a curse of the mind.
In a metaphorical sense, yes. But it's not the only thing I work on here. I am currently exploring the dream of anima animus.
Has something to do with masculinity and femininity, based on Civitic's ideas. A dream of man and woman.
What a pervert. You like this guy.
You explore men and women?
Poor phrasing, but yes. Beyond that, I also focus a lot on my own unverified theories.
I was not expecting to hop into this kind of thing.
He slaps his knee and grins. The folk spirit. Have you heard of it?
Sounds like a collective folk view on morality. Is that some kind of unverified, is that some kind of unified moral or ethical code of a people or culture?
No, it's...
He leans back and squints.
That's actually not that far... That's not actually that far off. You've got a head on you, cleric. The folk spirit is the working title for my new thesis. Most of it is, if you excuse my Aran, fucking bullshit. But in short, it is about how each folk share a number of core communal archetypes, or myths. I've traveled around the coast to collect as many tales, writing down thousands of stories, previously only passed down orally. All to see how well my theory holds up in the minds of so many folk.
He clears his throat and leans back into his chair.
Apologies, I am ranting here. Let us put a stop to it. What do you want, cleric?
I mean, that's an interesting thing to put down, because you think about a lot of how mythology and the various kinds of gods that exist in the world have some kind of common mainstays. How you have a god of storms, a god of seas, a god of the sun, and what kind of characteristics might be similar or different or what have you between each of them. We were attacked by an assassin. Seemed like a cult thing.
Yeah. Had this iron mask on. Real creepy. Ah, cults are not as common these days, but a few still spring up from time to time, of course. What did the mask look like?
Green. Oxidized copper, maybe. Had lines across it. Seemed esoteric. Definitely esoteric.
Definitely esoteric.
And a dagger. A wavy yellow thing. Basically, he ran at us and tried to stab us, and, well, something magical was going on, too. He then got away before we could get answers, after he failed to kill us. Or at least the cleric. Well?
Not a cultist.
No?
Doesn't sound like it. Any organized thing, at least. Not the organized thing, at least. Sounds more like some lone actor.
He sniffs.
Cultists move in groups. They kidnap rather than kill. They wear matching uniforms like some fucking theater performance. From all the cults I know of, Esoth's dragon cult, the cult of elemental evil, the various titan cults, and all the borderline cults for the evil walking gods.
Esoth, the red dragon of Ascan. His rise to power through trickery and betrayal is legendary, as is his fall to Abacus the Half-Wit and the Mist Titan. Rumors say his spirit still haunts the ever-lit burned coast to this day. Titan. Titan, the term for gigantic creatures who first inhabited and shaped Jor's realm. Burned coast. A vast piece of coastline just east of Norvik. It's a charred area filled with volcanic activity and kobolds. It's one of many eternally cursed lands on the coast. It's nearly impossible to travel to Reeds via land because of this area.
This could be a new one, or some minor cult history is overlooked. More like this is a radicalized spellcaster, or a follower of some magical creature. If he's draped up in magic gear, it's more likely a professional hit. Does anyone want you dead?
Might have to do with the tea shop. The halfling barely listens to your comment and touches his mustache.
Perhaps a warlock.
The goblin winces at hearing the word.
But for what patron? A fey creature? Or some aberration? Who knows? You should be careful, though. That kind of magic is deadly at best.
Right, good info. Slightly horrifying, but good info. We'll keep that in mind if we run into him again.
You do that. And my tip, strike before he gets off any dark magic on you. As the old legionnaires say, rather a blade in the belly than a curse on the balls.
He laughs. He's laughing. Someone's out there trying to kill you, and he's laughing. Holy fuck, that's a lot of questions. I'm not gonna fucking... What the hell? Why don't you use magic in your mind healing?
It does not work. Not the greatest arcanist could invent a spell capable of fixing mental unwellness. If you happen to find a cure mind spell, you would make a fucking fortune casting it on rich people around the coast. Although just the thought of such magic gives me a sort of ontological nightmare. What does it mean to have a cured mind? Did Jor, or some outside god at some point, decide what constitutes a wound of the mind, in the same way suffering is used to heal wounds of the physical?
Pain equals negativity. That is universal. The universal indicator of the negative.
Yes. When you heal a person, magic itself targets the source of the pain, as a sort of bullseye for reverting any harm, no matter the source or specific biology of the person. But what if one suffers from night terrors caused by some horrors of the past? Should a mind heal spell remove your ability to have night terrors, or should it remove their traumatic source from your memory? Or simply lessen your mental ability of neuroticism?
I was not expecting to have diatribes about the nature of having a healing mind spell of healing trauma. What the fuck? God, this world is fascinating.
Could the latter lead to a society without neurotic people? Would that also dampen other fears? What would Jor consider to be a good level of negative thoughts? It sends my mind spinning.
No negativity should be allowed. Everyone should just be happy. The world inside each mind needs to be diverse with both good and ill.
I agree. The most neurotic people might be somewhat tortured, yes, but they are also some of our greatest thinkers and philosophers, perhaps even partially due to that inherent internal pain.
The halfling leans back in the chair.
No, the mind requires another method. One I and many others are attempting to untangle.
Yeah, because people going through their own problems, me, you, watching everybody, like, there's ways to help manage, and there's ways to help with balancing yourself out, but it feels wrong to be able to just try to, like, snap your fingers and something's gone. Like, it's not, healing is not that easy. It's always a long road, and having a spell just do that would, yeah, like, that does not help the healing process, I feel.
We will see if any of us are even remotely successful in this brain bullshit.
Could you give me some mind healing?
Of course. I am, however, a bit swamped in work right now. I will get you a booked slot. I have time after the election. You should come visit.
Okay, I'll do that.
Great. I have not had a chance to hold a dialogue with a cleric before. It will be interesting. Truth be told, I am very overworked. I'm struggling with a certain topic.
He makes a noise that might once have been a cough. The old man is frustrated. He's trying to avoid even thinking about it. What?
I am focusing on a specific area of civics. The idea of two opposite faces of your ego, masculine and feminine. But I can't seem to get past a certain obstacle.
Explain.
You see, there is a work called Book of the Mind. It is, in my opinion, civics' masterpiece in the figurative sense.
Oh, is it like a secret book hidden deep in the dungeon? Figurative?
Indeed.
No, I'm asking, what does that mean, a figurative masterpiece? I am saying it is a masterpiece in the sense of the common tongue, as opposed to a masterpiece in the literal sense being a work to finish a master's scholarship. Anyway, there is a rare edition of this book, which contains a rumored so-called final foreword from Cividix himself. It is foreword that in this foreword, he apparently reveals a revelation about his categorization of the psyche, specifically on the topic of gender. Might be nothing, but it would be highly interesting to get my grubby hands on it. He leans in and whispers, and more importantly, it would bring me great pleasure to know how much Cividix would be spinning in whatever Thasnian mass grave he's buried in if he knew a halfling like myself was pioneering in his footsteps. Oh! He wasn't a fan. Like most humans of his era, he was very, let's say, humanity first. Snurry leans back in his chair. This final 6th edition of the book, it was only printed in 10 copies. The publisher then hiked up the price in order to sell it to the collectors. Those collectors have then spent the last 3 decades using these copies as a form of investment, making sure to keep the content of that foreword a tightly guarded secret. How terrible. A scholar's word should be freely available. Nothing is ever free, even if it is free. Ugh. So what, you want me to find this rare book? He nods. I drank a bit too much the other night, and in my desperation, I paid a diviner to cast Locate Object for me. I didn't expect anything, and it was very expensive. However, she actually found it. A copy of the 6th edition Book of the Mind is here. 6th edition Book of the Mind is here, very close to Waterlane View. And she even told me the exact direction. He points to the floor. About 40 meters straight down. It's in the city below. Yes, exactly. And you trust this diviner? Well, trust might be a bit strong of a word, but she was connected with the Free Striders, and while they are ruthless capitalists, they would not keep a scam artist around. Or if they did, it would be very funny, of course. What's the name of this diviner? Lisa, I believe. He sniffs. She used to have a hut on top of the Free Strider building. It wandered away, I think. Wandered? He makes a little walking motions with his fingers. Skadoodled, as they say. That's very strange. An esoteric house? She seemed kind. I hope she stops working for those fucking parasites. That sounds like a quest. Sure, why not? So many side quests, Snell mutters to himself. Delve into the dungeon tunnels below and get me that book. Don't get yourself killed, and in exchange, I will, well, what the fuck kind of reward do you want? You swear a lot. Teach me how to be a man. I want you to heal my broken mind. I don't know, do you have a magic item or something? He shrugs. I have books in droves. You know what? He says and snaps his fingers. The book itself. It's expensive and probably magical in some sense. Get me the book. Let me take a look at that foreword, and you keep the book afterwards. That's still a quest, right? But I don't have to even return it to you. In that case. I could just take the book and go. That sounds wonderful. I love quests. I am not an expert in what kind of weird shit is down there, but the city below is dangerous, so don't wander blindly. All right, we'll continue after the ad break, so get yourself some water, hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do. We'll be right back. I actually need to fill my water bottle, so good timing. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. All right. I forgot my water bottle on my kitchen counter, actually. Give me a second. Okay, I got it. All right, let's continue, shall we? So yeah, I don't know, I'll try to look for the Asgals after this, but I don't want to stay up too late.
Make no underground good. Make will warn master in time for traps.
Good luck, cleric. Is he not freaked out that maybe because I've got a, Alright, I guess not. I want to inquire about this folk spirit. Imagine, if you will, the origin of our stories. All stories?
Yes, all of them. As sentient folk, we clearly have the base ability to come up with random ideas and turn them into emotionally resonant tales. Tales that explore the condition of life itself and makes us feel many things. But an interesting thing happens if one were to study the core parts of these stories. That even if we look at stories crafted in entirely different bands, separate isolated tribes, or even in worlds outside Jor itself, there's overlap.
Should I just let him speak? Just repeat the last thing he said. That'll make you sound smart. Overlap?
Indeed. Humans who live in the remote mountains of Im have the same repeated tropes in their foundational myths as the humans in Reeds. Same for halflings. The Stormbloods of Kargamesh have the same variations as my people in Fordnip, despite being separated in esoteric evolution by at least 10 millennia. It's as if every folk is haunted by a spirit, like an unconscious collective dream of concepts and ideas that follow us. Even when those separate folk originate from entirely different worlds, could you imagine? Two folk arrive through two separate gates of Jor. They are alien to one another, culturally, spiritually, biologically, yet they share those core myths. That is what I am studying.
Don't let him rant anymore, please. This is very interesting.
Isn't it? Most importantly, it's provable.
And on a unified soul of all people, of a people, what happens upon merger? How is it provable?
Reproductibility. Analysis. Cultures and folk who had no contact with one another, even originating from different worlds, both have the same core myths. Narrative traits, archetypes, repeated tropes. It's the same method used when uncovering ancient dead languages, using common denominators to narrow down similarities and differences.
He adjusts his mustache.
Now, there hasn't been that much reproductibility yet from my peers.
Or reproducibility, not reproductibility.
Well,
no, reproducibility.
I'm still working on getting other scholars in on this topic.
Is there a folk spirit that's better than the others?
Better means nothing. There's so much weight put onto making one greater in some perspective than others, and it's just a ridiculous game of dick swinging. Of course, I also hate this horrid idea that every culture is amazing and wonderful and, everyone is holding hands and dancing together. No, every culture is equally terrible. But they are all specialized. These symbols we produce are clothed in meaning based on lived experience. A human living in the frozen tundra will derive and require much different practical uses for those core myths than a man living in the harsh deserts. Yet each folk type has its own fundamental traits that these symbols represent.
That's very interesting.
It is a lot of junk with some nuggets of gold, that much I will say.
So yeah, his notion is that despite separations of plains, seas, land, or what have you, there are going to be commonalities that you can see with language, mythology, and all sorts of things from some kind of core trunk, I guess, if we were going to go with any kind of metaphor, like a trunk that's branching out into different kinds of separate branches with their own leaves and nuggets of knowledge. What happens when two folk types merge?
Ah, yes.
He lifts a finger.
No clue.
He's honest.
It is even harder to pinpoint due to the nature of merging cultures. In cases like humans and dwarves here in Norvik, there's more data, but not enough to say anything of note. But it seems to me like the folk spirit remains pure in a sense, in one direction or the other. For example, humans can obviously reproduce with dwarves, but the offspring is always, aesthetically and biologically speaking, very human, which does not make sense biologically. We are, scientifically speaking, different species. Dogs do not breed with cats, do they? The same effect can be seen in most functional folk mixed breeding. Logically, it should not be. Evolutionary adaptation dictates the creation of a mixture, not a one-sided creature. So it is theorized to be some type of powerful esoteric effect that allows this reproduction to take place.
In the scholarly community, we call this the OSO effect, one-sided offspring. Okay, so he's talking about like mixing of species and how one will end up with the traits of one parent versus the other, in the same way that you probably would have the eye color of, say, one parent despite the other. Like, say you've got a parent with green eyes and a parent with brown eyes, and you end up with brown eyes like one of your parents. You know, kind of the same deal, but on the scale of a human has a kid with a dwarf, and the kid ends up being more on the human side of things, or same with an elf, a half-orc, and so forth. So one side is always, you know a lot about this topic, huh? One side is always dominant, huh? But doesn't that mean the dwarf would equally stop existing in Norvik, and just become human? Know a lot about this topic, huh? Once again, I'm afraid this is all coming from experiments performed by arcanists. Horrifically so. So one side is always dominant, huh? Not biologically speaking, but esoterically, yes, objectively so. There's a list of this hierarchy in some textbooks, but it's pretty taboo. It's a pretty taboo topic, as you might imagine. And you think the folk spirit follows the one-sided offspring? Maybe. I have not done enough work to say anything for sure. Nor have I been peer-reviewed. Nor am I a very sane or stable individual. He grins. I think I understand now. The goblin crosses his arms, ready to hear your comment. The halfling scholar leans back in his chair. I think you've got something cool cooking here. I like your theory. It needs a lot of work. I think your rant about breeding was very conspiratorial. I don't have any strong opinions. I think your theory needs a lot of work. He nods to you. That it does, he sniffs. Thank you for listening to my rant, cleric. You as well, my goblin friend. You're welcome. You're an expert in alignment, huh? Somewhat. I wrote my masterpiece on the subject. That should account for somewhat of an understanding on the subject, but not enough. Never enough. He sniffs. Can you change your alignment? Of course, any creature is capable of leaning in this axis, depending on their day-to-day actions. Oh, just like that? It's not easy, if that's what you're thinking. Look, like all things, it's messy. Let's say you're lawful evil. Okay. You find that being labeled as evil is bad for your business or your work prospects, as one might. So you choose to donate a large sum of money to a charity that will inevitably help thousands. You might even save some lives with those spent coins. Let him continue. In this case, you've performed an objectively good, selfless action for evil, selfish reasons. So what happens next? He points at you. Nothing. Yeah, because, like, at that point, that's more like signaling your good virtues when really you were just trying to look good in front of a bunch of other people. You remain lawful evil, but let's change the parameters. Instead, you are a lawful evil man who genuinely wishes to repent, to pay for the many evil things you've done in your life before. If this man performs a selfless action with the intention of selflessness, then all of a sudden it will begin a shift in his alignment. Intention is all that matters? Yes. This effect has obviously been studied for centuries. It's aptly named Alignment Intent Studies. I personally received my scholarship through studying delusional intent. We gathered a large amount of very mentally unwell people, mostly from local prisons and post-war reads, who truly believed in a very different worldview than most others. For example, this one man was certain that he had to kill his fellow man, or the world would end. He murdered one murder a week. An extreme delusion. However, any detection spell showed him to be neutral good, and he felt terrible about all the murders he had to commit. He was not selfish. In fact, he was more selfless than most, willing to perform acts that horrified him in order to save us all. The objective outcome of his actions mattered not, no more than the outcomes of the actions of a person under a charm spell. Sorry, I've just got sniffles for a second. Yeah. So what if you're not smart enough to understand your actions? That is what we call the sentience line. It's not exact. Animals, for example, are true neutral by default. Any that is not a pure beast, but rather affected by esoteric forces on some level. That's the theory, at least. But imagine a man who loses enough of his mental faculties to be considered a beast, no longer living in a world of good or evil. Let's say he was chaotic good beforehand. What happens to his alignment? Does he suddenly turn true neutral? Is he stuck at chaotic good? Or does he somehow slide towards true neutral? Because that's another thing. There is no known way to perform a neutral action. All actions are either some level of selfish, selfless, lawful, or chaotic. On a wide spectrum. But you can never just move towards the center. It's just not allowed. How do you end up at your alignment to begin with? Are you born with it? No. All creatures are born true neutral. And all reported metrics show babies are unable to perform alignment shifts until the age of about 3 or 7, depending on the folk. But interestingly enough, it's shown that most people will only perform 1 or 2 alignment shifts in their entire life. He scratches his cheek and sniffs a couple of times. During adolescence. After that, less than a tenth of folk will ever shift again. That is fairly substantially verified data as well. So essentially, despite having free will, folk will always lean towards the natural behavior over time. Are we slaves to our natures? On broad scales, when looking at data, yes. But it was Civitics who wrote, "There is no honor in branding a naturally selfless man as good. There is no honor in a selfish monster receiving the same title." Remember that. What's the difference between alignment and personality? Not too much correlation on paper. Studies on personality show that there is overlap. Contentious folk tend to be more lawful. Or conscientious, that's the word. Conscientious folk tend to be more lawful. Neurotic and open folk tend to be more good, to a minor degree. But we're talking about still unverified and very minor correlations. Wait, does that mean everything I do branded as good, evil, chaotic, or lawful, or is branded? Even this that I'm saying right now? In some small sense, yes. The very act of speaking, no matter what you say, will always give you very, very small points in any direction. Although, could you imagine trying to keep track of it all? It would be insane. So no person would ever go to such lengths. So no need to keep track of stuff like that. It will only drive you mad. Yeah, like trying to think through nearly everything that you do is like, oh, that's like a point I put towards a good action, so I'm now like slightly more on the good scale of this weird alignment diagram, I guess. So you can will yourself into changing your alignment. In theory, yes. I've made my decision. You? I'm sorry. I guess neutral good. That is not how it works, cleric. You'd have to be incredibly deluded, and I mean absolute living in your own world, mentally unstable in order to simply decide what your alignment were and actually get an outcome from it. But, I suppose it can't hurt. Good luck being... Sorry, what did you choose again? It was, yes? Makes more sense to focus on yourself without being constricted by the rules. Chaotic, then. Perhaps chaotic evil? Maybe don't say that out loud, though. Neutral. Lawful evil. Structure. With you on top, obviously. Chaotic good. Your heart tells you clearly, every day, you don't live for you. You live for others, against all the structural horrors the world has brought up around you. You're not gonna like it, but the goal is to end up on top, right? Win every conversation. And you're not really moving along the axis of law, so you're neutral evil. Though, seriously, whatever you do, do not tell that to the halfling. Chaotic good. Right, good. And a little unorderly. I like it. He nods. Good luck with that, cleric. This is gonna be a mineshaft of a conversation. What does good mean? What a question. I cannot offer a universal answer. That is impossible, of course. But from the data, there are a few ways of distilling the essence of goodness. For example, the amount of good you are is directly correlated with the amount of time you spend inside your own mind, worrying about how much pain you've inflicted upon the world. And of course, practically, it also means performing selfless actions. Performative sacrifices done entirely for the purpose of helping others, instant goodness. Wait, so that is goodness, that even if it's performative, because it is still a good action. Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. What does evil mean? Most people would say they know it when they see it, but practically it means selfishness. For example, a person with a mental pathology that disallows compassion and empathy, making them naturally only hold care for no one but their own self. That is naturally an evil individual, but at the same time, we are all basically evil, egotistical, disgusting creatures in the end if push comes to shove, as they say, since obviously all of us have a part that is focused more on our own survival, rather than the survival of the foreign. Otherwise, we would not be alive in the evolutionary sense. What does chaotic mean? Now that can be difficult to parse sometimes. We've done many experiments to try to distill the exact meaning of it. It's difficult. Mainly because who decides what law is? Gods? Your local government? Village elder? No. What is chaos and order is universal. A law can be chaotic, as contradictory as it sounds, if its dictation brings chaos into the world. But generally, what we found is that there are a few common rules that chaos follows. Breaking down structures, whether that is a building or a hierarchy of society. Lies. In fact, any action that purposely goes against a known truth is considered chaotic. And of course, randomization. Rolling a dice is an inherently chaotic act, as is any form of gambling. That's actually one of the easier ways of measuring chaotic behavior. We used to go to the local gambling parlor. Good times. And what does lawful mean? Lawful actions can be difficult to perform. It's all about building. Crafting buildings, for one, hierarchies of structure, keeping families intact and orderly, organizations, as well as following the truth. There have been many tyrannical, lawful governments throughout history that quickly succumbed to chaos due to their warping of the truth itself. But then again, if you can convince people to enter another reality, if you will, where a lie is true, then all of a sudden the folk in that reality will be lawful, despite working and living in a lie. I'm suddenly flashing back to when I listened to The Black-Tongued Thief and how there was a dialect of dialogue that existed in the world of that book where you had to essentially do, like, double negatives in conversation to make confirmations of stuff, and it was really confusing to follow. It was really weird. But that's essentially what he's saying here, is that, like making a reality of a lie is a truth would be still lawful because that is still a truth. It can get very convoluted and fascinating. Who decides what any of this means? There are theories. Some say it's the gods. Some say it's Jor himself who controls the parameters of this world of his. Some believe it's simply inscribed into the universe, an absolute law. What do you think? I do not know. If I had to guess, I would say it's something overlapping between the worlds. Mostly because I do not believe Jor, from all I've read, to be smart enough to make a system as complicated as this on his own. Interesting. So he believes that the creation myth isn't entirely omnipotent. And if he was omnipotent, he definitely didn't have the intelligence to create systems of that caliber for alignment. I am loving this. This is so good. Does alignment matter? Oh, not in any real way. It can be a tool, but if you cannot read it properly, seeing a man branded with chaotic evil means nothing. But if you learn, it can be used to understand folk better. You can statistically expect an evil person to act in their own interest, and you can expect a good person to act in the interest of others. A smart man can use this to his advantage, which is also an evil act, I believe. Funny how it goes. Why isn't it illegal to be evil? Might as well make it illegal to be sentient. Branding it as evil might be the core problem here. There were arcanists who created alternate naming conventions for alignments, altruism and egotism, for example, but it did not catch on, as they say. But everyone has to be evil sometimes. Imagine your family is starving alongside 2 other families who are also starving. The other families are smaller folk who only need half as much food. Would you feed your own family or sacrifice them to feed the other 2 families? What are the other families like? They are just as nice and lovely as your own. And my family is very nice and lovely. Well, which would you choose? Well, if they only need half the food, they can definitely make the food last longer. Numbers. I feed the other families. They've got bigger numbers, thus it's more good to do that. Numbers. Yes. The Arcanists held a similar view. But what exactly is objectively considered in alignment terms? What exactly is objectively considered in alignment terms in this scenario? Is it selfish to care for your own people before others? Has it more to do with the exact number of people who live or die, suffer or prosper, in a purely utilitarian perspective? These questions have been asked before, and have arguably been answered. From what we can see, especially looking at the data collected from horrendously unethical experiments performed by Arcanist scholars, it's just about intention. If a man chooses to focus on his own family, but feels really bad about the other starving families, then he will be more good than another man who does not think of the others suffering at all. Okay, so it's intent and conscientiousness about the world around you on top of what circumstances you find yourself in whenever you're, performing actions that are considered good, evil, chaotic, or lawful. This is so good. I'm loving this game. The proximity rule states that the emotional distance between yourself and the target determines the level of your selfishness. If you sacrifice your life to protect your family, that's more selfish than if you sacrifice your life for a stranger. The latter is more good. Proximity rule. A rule of alignment. If an action is taken for the benefit of a target, then, if said target is closer emotionally to you, it will result in a less good action. If a target is further away from you, such as a stranger, performing selfless actions for them will result in more goodness. Because at the end of the day, having some level of attachment means a selfishness because you have a bias towards that party. Okay. So in the end, a genuinely selfless person will always have a much easier time being branded with good than a naturally selfish one. He scratches his hairy eyebrows simultaneously. By the gods, I talk too much. Make me stop. That's all about alignment for now. Okay, good. He wipes some sweat from his brow. Alright, I'm curious about what they'll say about this. What about gender swapping? Ah, the great fluidity of bodily life. There's a bunch of laws about it. Polymorphic stuff. I don't really care, really. It's more interesting to ask, what is the spectrum Jor set up for us? When someone drinks one of these hip mirror gender potions, as they're called, they don't really give you an ideal body. Like you'd imagine a kind of trashy, unkempt born male would drink it and turn into a hot young woman, but that is not the case. The esoteric nature of it does not create a sort of perfect mirror of the original drinker, so if the drinker was kind of slouchy and not so fit, the opposite gender version would retain those features, along with any aesthetic unfortunalities. He laughs. I would obviously be a not-so-great-looking woman myself if I were to guess. But anyway, one of the things our draconic arcanist overlords did for us in the last era was discover and calculate the fact that this switch is absolutely not a binary. In biology, it somewhat makes sense. One either has or does not have the overarching male or female practicalities. Tits or cock, But when you look on the inside, in your mind, it turns out there is an entirely other calculation happening on the spectrum of masculinity to femininity, or vice versa. And this is no binary, and while it is highly correlated with your body, it is not aligned exactly.
That is how you have, as I'm sure you've met in your life, highly feminine men and highly masculine women. It's more extreme. The more extreme ends here are absolutely statistical anomalies, but they are still very much real.
You're saying it's complicated?
Yes, somewhat. The most interesting part is, this mental gender spectrum state that we all find ourselves on, they appear fixed. At some point during childhood, it is determined exactly where you find yourself, how manly or womanly you end up being as you grow up. And I do not believe he came up with this. I believe he simply molded strings to follow in the same patterns as the rest of reality. His structure allows us to see this precisely. And when a person drinks a mirror gender potion, their physical binary existence is flipped, yes, but their mind? It does not move one bit. If you are a man, you drink the potion, you come out being a man in a woman's body. But what if you are the world's most feminine man? You would be the world's most normal woman in a woman's body.
I'm not really agreeing with that notion, because anybody that has the belief that anybody that realizes that they are a woman despite being born biologically male, they are a woman, and vice versa.
Same with a masculine woman. She would become no different in mind and body from the average man if she drinks it. Our statistics show that something like 90% of people lie on the bodily correct side of the spectrum, and only a few percent are aware, close to the average of the opposite side. So while some bitch and moan about, oh, this is trickery and fakery if one were to switch out their bodily reality and so on, it seems to be just a question of some people wanting the bodily reality to conform to their position on the spectrum. Of course, some people just do it for the kicks and boners, but that I see as just the spirit of curiosity and wonderful debauchery. And don't get me started on sexuality, that is an entirely separate, but highly connected, of course, can of worms.
People should apply their physical realities to align with their mental ones, as long as you're not hurting anybody. As a wizard, I believe you have the power to change reality. You should do it for yourself. People really should apply their physical realities to align with their mental ones. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, like, if somebody believes, like, that they want to conform, like, go through the changes, then if they're happy, then that's really what matters at the end of the day. Like, for anybody that is trans or non-binary and what makes them happy, that is what matters. And it sucks that, the reality now is that so many try to quash that, but it comes down to them realizing these parts of themselves that they feel more true to, and they want to be able to change themselves to fit better with what they feel comfortable with. And yeah, it's awesome that they can feel happy with all this and shit. Like, I see a lot of trans people online that seem to be really happy with their lives. So, yeah.
That is an argument, yes.
And we should have the freedom to do it as we please.
What a liberal thought. I'm more of a, if you excuse my use of this vulgar term, liberal pragmatist. I'm more of a, if you excuse my use of this vulgar term, liberal pragmatist. Whatever makes people happy without hurting others. But anyway, he sniffs while cleaning his glasses. Okay, so this guy is trans rights, essentially. Like, he's also saying trans rights with this. That is, man, because, like, yeah, you do have a potion of trans your gender in this game, so that is a topic to bring up, I suppose. How does death and resurrection work with all this stuff? What do you mean exactly?
Can death change your nature? A frown spreads across his face.
Necromancers in old Arcane Era traditions did much study on this topic.
Arcane Era. 511 years of rapid magical and technological growth, as well as the birth and death of the great human magocracies in Diminor, now reeds, ended 27 years ago. Diminor, the Arcane Era name for reeds, often referred to as Old Diminor. The name was changed by Free Strider revolutionaries to mark the end of the old magocracies.
And yes, death and subsequent resurrection can function as a reset for the mind in a way, but arguably no less than any other severe trauma. The data is hard to trust, however, so I will not say it for sure. There is much study to do on the topic, and I am no expert.
Is there a soul?
The fuck do I know? He laughs. Ghosts exist, of course, as do wraiths and other foul undead spirit things. And there is much arcanist data on such things. Like, if a person is resurrected, their ghost ceases to be. That implies the ghost is the soul, right? But Speak with Dead does not. In fact, a ghost is technically able to ask questions to its own corpse. Very surreal. Which implies the soul also leaves a conscious remnant of itself which is able to be animated through magic. And if a person is resurrected, even after very long periods of time, they will have no memory of their time as a free soul. Thus, there is evidence that the soul is not so much your personhood. That shit is all up in the brain from what we can see, but rather some type of divine spark. Like a power source that wants to be one with the universe, or your god. The Lich is specifically a creature who consumes these so-called souls for their own gain, which is not very common.
Lich, an undead spellcaster of immense power, created and sustained by consuming the souls of mortals. They are capable of eternal life and terrifying esoteric might. Destruction of that magical spark is of course a horrid crime of metaphysical levels, since resurrection, rebirth, or unity with one's god is impossible at any point. At that point, not any point. But then again, back in the day, it used to be common for mortals to sell their souls to various devils or aberrations. So you're saying I should sell my... Seems like there absolutely is a soul.
Probably, yes.
Can one spontaneously resurrect themselves?
I've not heard of such a thing, but why not?
I've got some other questions.
Okay.
What is love?
Love.
He lets out a frustrated groan. Pure calamity.
Deadly and destructive. Its nature is just perverted and foul. Because it's a complicated surrender, without idolization. To love is to accept, without proof or demands or conditions, this complete surrender to another. Ridiculously risky.
This guy's more fucked up than you are. Do you know a lot about love?
Sure I do. My wife would certainly attest to it, despite my horrid nature. And the familial love is close to my heart as well. My 2 boys are my most prized works.
You have a wife and kids?
Yes, but nothing we need to talk about. Private life is private and so on, he says with a laugh.
He does not wish to speak about this. Not one bit. His personal life leaves a twinge of pain in the crease of his eyes every time he thinks of it. But it's worth it, right?
Worth it?
He slaps his knee. Then he takes a breath, calming himself down for the punchline.
Love is a completely unpredictable and dangerous encounter, and I have yet to meet a sentient folk which is not afflicted by it. And interestingly enough, I see no difference. It is universal. Elf love, halfling love, devil love. True love is always irrational. It is finding the perfect inside of the imperfect, and falling entirely into it. Swallowed by it. Some folk might act it out in different ways, depending on their communal nature or biological urges. But if you are one of the few who do not need it, good, be happy. If you are not, then good luck, and may the gods bless your soul.
So he says, like, even if you're ace, good, be happy. So trans rights and good and be ace. So there's just so many topics to broach in this game. Where do you say I should look for this book you needed?
120 feet, he leans in. Then he points to the floor, straight down in the city below. That is where the diviner saw it. How it got there, who knows?
What do you know about the tea shop, the one that exploded?
Oh, horrific. He gestures wildly towards the rocky wall. Shit started shaking. It was as if the red rock of Tolstad itself was cracking. For half a second or so.
So you were down here when it happened?
Yes. I think I was asleep, but the sound awoke me.
Did you go check it out?
No. Someone told me later what it was like. I have work to do here.
You hear anything about it? Rumors?
You should not believe rumors, cleric. But yes, I did hear some nasty stuff. Some people seem to think the owner did it himself since he is missing. Some others Some others think the city did it, since they printed a clear lie in the Post. I've also heard people say the Asgalists are responsible since it was their hideout. Or that the Freestriders did it for the same reason, blowing up Asgalist opposition and so on. It's all bullshit, of course. Don't believe rumors.
What do you think happened? He shrugs violently. Who are you voting for in the election?
I am a filthy Asgalist.
Good choice.
It is an acceptable choice. The green banner is flown in a strange context here in this Republican wet dream of ours. Asgalism is supposed to be about abolishing the entire structure of hierarchy. That history is driven by economic struggles, specifically the clash between classes. Asgal's end goal is a classless, stateless society where everyone's equal. But looking at the Norvikian Asgalists, it's clear to me they long ago let this goal slip past. Look at them. They are shaking hands with the establishment, trying to find a peaceful solution, they say.
You want a violent revolution? He frowns.
Look, the hairy halfling mutters. Genuine change, true change, needs a truly revolutionary break with the existing order. There is no doubt about that. Incremental reforms, small changes within the capitalist system will always fail to address its fundamental contradictions and injustices. My time in Reeds made that clear to me. But always be wary of simplistic utopian visions. It is a path covered in corpses that leads such blind idealism. So I will vote for this social democratic compromise, this handshake with capital. Then I'll go home and piss myself and die, dreaming the next generation will have answers I do not.
So he hopes for a revolution that will shake the foundations because all the incremental handshaking with the very capitalists that are suppressing. Wow. Okay. I hope the next generation votes for violent revolution. He grumbles.
Do not be too eager to deal out death in judgment, not because these truly fascist regimes do not warrant death, but because whatever force would be strong enough to dismantle them would be so powerful that we could never trust them to create a perfect realm without oppression. Not even Asgal could do that. And yes, even the revolutionary Freestriders are fascists, in a deep sense. How do you think they got their start? Through the coin of those who profited in the great suffering of Old Dominor, in the Coast War, in grinding the flesh of humanity. Freestriderism is filthy opportunism, not republicanism. They are just arcanist regimes with a painted mask and slightly less horrific esoterical power in hand. Slightly.
So that basically is the same thing as like when you go see the communist book club and they say the only one who call themselves liberals are really mouth-foaming reactionaries. It's that exact deal. Because we see that, actually. We see how, continuous growth capitalism continuously stomps others that are below them in station. Freestriders are more than that. They're the ones that got this election started. So what? We don't even try to bring about Asgal's dream? He sighs.
I don't know. I'm an idiot. You figure it out.
With a deep groan, he starts rubbing his hairy face.
Workers unite, and unionization, and guild power. It is all well and good, until it gets too loud. Make a bit too much noise and the true powers quickly and efficiently drop this illusionary mask facade. The esoteric spell that tricks us into thinking they care, or that they are in any way Fulcarian. So what about you, cleric? You're voting Asgalist, I presume?
Yes, they have my vote.
Terrible to hear, but why not, right?
He sniffs.
For something else, before I start ranting about the suffragette movement.
Your companion glances at you. No, I want to hear about this. The halfling wags his finger at you.
You're a brave man, cleric.
Thanks, wink at him. Stop doing that, he can't even see.
When the first talks of an election began, it was late Arcane era, about 30 years ago. In those early days, the suffragettes were mostly dwarven women. They had the backing of a few hardcore universal Asgalists,
Let me get some water and let me reread that. Okay. In those early days, the suffragettes were mostly dwarven women. They had the backing of a few hardcore universal Asgalist sects that had remained since the Great Project concluded. Great Project, a period of 12 years where a mass of dwarves immigrated to the newly reconquered and founded Norvik to be employed in the construction of the city. But when Earth died, and talks of an election grew loud, the dwarven women had a hard time getting through, both because of the less progressive Asgalists and, of course, the traditional cultural practices of the Earthfolk. So the movement didn't kick into gear properly until, of course, human women decided to join. Oh boy, those are scary. Tell me about it. Mind you, this was after almost 2 decades of dwarven women pushing for universal suffrage. Within just a few years, with the voice of angry rich human women yelling and writing and protesting, the palace patriarchy gave in. That's the history lesson. But here's the part I'm fucking furious over. What? Those rich human women? Do you know what happened to them? He waves his hand. I'll tell you, many of them today are fascists. Can you imagine? They run an incredible campaign in order to get the right to vote, to break their chains of oppression, piss off the tyrannical men, smash the patriarchy, and so on, all to throw their lot in with that very same traditionalist ideology. An ideology that clearly wants to, wait. Let me try that again. An ideology that clearly wants to, well, of course, also just not have any voting going on at all, but specifically not allow women to vote. Why would they do that? I ask the same. A part of me thinks that it has to do with some type of opportunism. These are women whose time in the spotlight ended once they won the right to vote. Suddenly their entire platform of activism disappeared overnight. But even still, why nationalists? Perhaps there's some, if you don't mind me speculating wildly, some type of perverse psychosexual thing at play here.
Highly misogynistic statement. He should do better.
Or it is simply a question of class. It probably is. Yes, probably. They are mostly a group of rich people, and that would logically supersede their identity as women. If the rich human position in society is threatened, they have more to lose as rich than as women. It's a complex topic, and I don't have fucking time to think about it, even though I want to desperately figure it out. But that is just something I'm fascinated by, you know.
The halfling rants about things he is trying to understand. He's capable of capturing an audience that way, clearly.
Anyway,
you're a halfling, right? Clan-led ordeal?
Ordeal?
He scratches his nose and looks up into the air. That bad, huh?
Bad? No. Understandable, inevitable. Understandable, inevitable. My homeland is a shell of broken people. The clans and my kin, especially those struck under occupation across the Golden Line, they are being systematically destroyed, step by step, as the Horde marches into Ascani land.
I read about that. The Golden Horde claimed a part of Ascan.
A big chunk, yes. Then they put up their esoteric wall.
He grunts.
The clan lads' deal, this armistice, was seen by many as a practical solution, since only 2 clans were left to be enslaved and integrated as Horde tributaries.
He slams his hand into the side of the chair.
This is a band-aid. Celestials view time in centuries, while we see in decades and at best. Thus they can take one piece at a time, with generational acceptance in between. It is the most clean method of genocide. One of radiant ghosts and insidious toxic love.
Oh, so literally giving up an entire group of people into servitude because they just think in the century's long run. Oh, what will happen to them?
Tomorrow, nothing. In a decade, not much. Fordnip will still stand by the time I die.
in 30 or 40 years. But by the end of this new era, my homeland will surely be eradicated. That is my estimation. Did you live in the Clanlands? When the Golden Line was drawn? Yes. It's not that interesting, but I was on the western side when it happened. There wasn't enough food to go around, so I pulled up some strings to smuggle myself east. It's a whole story. I can't say much more. My clan, the Appledents, all lived in Tipberry, so it's not some big personal tragedy on my part. It's more of a folkish destruction, a grander trauma, something generational, even if I was there to witness it. I imagine you would feel something similar about the Coast War. That's actually extremely interesting. You could write a book on that. I have. Can't get it published, though. No one wants to deal with legal threats from the Horde. That's terrible. I like this. God, the characters are fascinating. Isn't there resistance in Fort Nip? Of course. It's a whole damn mess. Ignoring the actual guerrilla resistance west of the line, there has been a massive rally around anti-celestial sentiment in the east. They have attempted sanctions with Norvik, VK, and even Elim backing. There's even been coast-spanning outreach all the way to Kargamesh to build some type of coast-spanning halfling coalition. Nothing works. The Horde has a finger in almost every trade post. They own land and hold strong ties to every regime. Even Norvik has not officially backed their neighbors. Without Earth and with Lady Fair not so existing, they are, as the kids say it, steamed. As you can imagine, the halfling population of the hills are not too happy about this. What can they do? An Asgal victory might change things, but the Free Striders are in the celestial pockets, as are the Patriarchs. So yes, there is resistance, but as of yet, there is no practical way out of this frog being boiled, I'm afraid. He is correct. The Golden Horde is performing impeccably in this geopolitical play. Golden Horde, remnants of a celestial empire in Divini Torum, led by a horrifying choir, a hyper-intelligent light being they say spread fear through their lands, as well as parts of western Ascani. A great tragedy for the small folk to be crushed by a radiant fascist boot. Why do they want the Clanland so badly? He waves his hand. It's basic resource conflict. Oh? Amber. Electrum. Amber? The Commonwealth is the only reliable source of amber for many, many esoteric use cases. Spell storing, item crafting, concentration, esoteric attunement, or consecration, not concentration. Consecration, esoteric attunement. It is an extremely useful material, a powerful one. So it is really no wonder the Horde wants to expand their Golden Line. Oh, so they go in and essentially colonize and indoctrinate forcefully an entire halfling population because they want their amber. Oh my god, wow. If Norvik was more reliant on amber as a resource, I'm sure they too would covet those hills. But trading with the halflings does not seem so different from trading with the Horde. At least not today. Are the Celestials influential in Norvik? Yes. They have a lot of soft power in trade, mostly. The Horde ambassador is known to fling their contracts around like a devil in disguise, mostly to stop halfling-owned corporations from operating without major hassle. Any halfling would tell you the same. They luckily don't care for tiny clinics like my own, but... He sniffs. It will not stop in the material realm. They must go into the psychic as well. What? The Golden Horde. Their annexation of land is just the final step. Before that comes many crushing of thoughts and dreams and a tyranny of pure ideology. They shape perceptions to maintain control. An incredible evil. Those poor halflings. Oh, so literally conscripting them in a hive mind. Or like the Cybermen in Doctor Who. Oh my god. Wow. That's all I wanted to ask. I have some personal questions for you. Nothing too interesting here, he says and sniffs. I see no reason why you would investigate an old halfling with nothing good to grant into the world. You seem interesting enough. Kind of you, but you are wrong. My work is the only thing that is interesting, I assure you. Fine, keep your secret. All right, then keep your secrets. All right, that's enough of that. Holy fuck, that was Behold, a magical quill and paper. Holy shit, that was... I was not expecting to walk into a room and have a long-ass dialogue like that. I'm not complaining. This was fascinating, and I loved that. It was great. Oh my god. Ascani Reach Trading Company. That's the company. I want to find the Asgalists. Ascani Reach Trading Company. A goods hatch. Those workers are allowed in. Okay, so that's a no. Also, ad break starting in about 4 minutes. Heads up. Man. Also, let's get a spell prepared. You approach the shrine. Prepare spells. Crusader's Mantle. That's my only 3rd level that I've gotten. We'll go with that. We'll go bop bop. And then... Charm Person, Grease, Shield of Faith, and Inflict Wounds. Why not? Okay. Where else? Path along the water. I'm just trying to find where those Asgalists are. Holy hell. That was so good. Like, I understand that can... Like, that was a whole ordeal to go through, like, the conversation. That was very much a massive dump of information, but holy shit, was that nice. I'm just gonna ignore them. They aren't... No, I don't want to talk to them. Actually, maybe I could get the immovable rod. Just... What are you looking at? Oh. He mouths and stares at the same thing you're looking at. Looks like a rod. Weird. Alright, let's try... Natural! Fucking 20. Let's fucking go. You reach out, leaning as far as you can. Oh, for God's sake. The goblin grabs onto your skirt. Uniform. He grabs onto your uniform. It's a... Come on. You get it. It's a hardwood frame with fancy iron set pieces on each end. Along the handle is a button. However, it appears permanently pressed down. Oh, it's an immovable rod. I've seen one of those before. I don't think it's supposed to move though, right? Investigate it. A quick swipe of your hand reveals its magical nature. The tingle. However, this item is clearly broken. Broken how? Try giving it to the goblin. Hand it over. The goblin grabs the rod. Let go. As you do, the goblin holds it alone. Yeah? It's really light. It's esoteric, clearly. Try tossing it into the air. He shrugs. Okay. He tosses his hand up, and the rod does not leave his palm. What? He mutters and tries to let go of the magic item. I can't... It's like I'm glued to it. What the hell? Here, take it back. The goblin hands it over to you without a problem. He looks perplexed. Try touching it against the ground. As you do, it gets stuck to the ground. Obviously. It's a broken immovable rod. It's a movable rod? Sure. Huh. Whatever object it touches last, the rod will be esoterically locked and aligned with it. It cannot be moved once it touches an object, unless it comes in contact with a second object. What constitutes an object in this case? That would be an esoteric designation, usually determined by belief or common esoteric forces, or set in specific rules left by Jor. In this case, it seems to indicate a dynamic object, connected via mass. Were you to cut off your arm, that arm would be a new object. Were you to place that arm on the ground, it is not a new object. But were you to, for example, staple the arm to the ground via pittons, then it could potentially constitute as part of the ground, depending on how harsh the defining forces are in this particular case. All right, we'll continue this line of questioning after the ad break. So 3 minutes, then an hour of no pre-rolls after. So hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so apparently this feels like the kind of thing that you would have a roundtable discussion on at a Pathfinder or a D&D session where you just kind of go like, what constitutes an object in this case? Either way, there's no real use in defining those rules right now. But it would be interesting to for further study at a later date. Gods, the blue one talks a lot. It is just a magical stick. Simpleton. So what can this be used for? Used? Oh, nothing. It's quite literally a useless stick. Really? Well, it could be very careful. If used very carefully, it could be a bookend. The world's greatest bookend. You know how it works? It's stuck to one thing, and when it touches a new thing, it's stuck to that instead. Something like that. Something, sure. Look, it's clearly useless, but now you know. Was it worth it? I mean, it's a cool stick. It is a very, very interesting stick. Those can never be bad. Right. Let me see. What are the stats on this thing? 1 to dexterity. Okay. Yeah, because I remember the particular arguments that one might try to have at tables being like, oh, I want to go the hyper-realistic, like, physics angle of something where it's like, oh, make the immovable rod kill an enemy by putting it in the middle of the air and then having the rotation of the planet you're on slowly move it forward towards your enemy. And then people go like, that's no. DM Fiat says no, you're not throwing that out there. Okay, I don't know where the fuck I can find those Asgalists. Maybe consult the quest line. Or the quest tree. Sorry, I'm sniffling a lot. I don't know where that came over. Copper Press, Fever, an Asgalist newspaper. You should find location and name its secret editor. Secret contact with the Resistance. I may have to follow up on that. Geopolitical conflict. Missing Paladin. We already did that. Esoteric. No. Lost Mines of Tool. We have the mines, though, that we haven't done. Jesus Christ, there's so much in this game. Phoenix Folio, we did that. The Lost 6th Edition, that's what we just got. The Sphinx, Riddle, the Assassin. Crypt Keeper found a spell. Find a spellcaster that can teach us Speak with Dead. Get a date, right. Found the Dragon of Tolstad thing. That's Frank, son of Frank. Oh, right. Yeah, we were telling her that we would help her fix her rent situation. I can't find any clues about what the hell I'm doing on that, so... Because it's got to be Waterlane that they're located in, right? Oh, wait, can I use knock on my bike? Bike rack stationed in many places. There's a stainless steel homecoming site in the city. Not a lot of bikes. The usual commuters are probably too scared to head past the tea shop. Hey, Meek, talk to your scarf. Ahoy, hoy. Check out this bike. The mimic looks at the yellow bike with a bulbous eye. What is bike? It's a cool device you can ride through town looking cool on. Meek is intrigued. Meek is scared. What if you fall and hit head? That's where the helm comes in, buddy. That is why Master have thing on head. Meek learns so much about Master. Meek not enjoy not dungeon very much. Protect that smile. Can I not use knock on my... Check the chain lock. You lean in closer, look. But wrapped. Why would you wrap it like that? This is my bike. Man, I can't even use knock to get my bike off from the... Man, can't have shit in Norvik. Where the hell else? Oh, hello. Somewhat mysterious dwarf. What the hell? Storm calls to me? Yeah, I have no clue where to find the Asgalists. So I guess maybe I stop here and then next time we play this, we'll go search for Frank, son of Frank. Because I remember they said Waterlane, or Waterlane was where I found that whole initial interaction. But I don't remember what else is said here. And the duck is still in the Earth Temple. Below the city. The wood boards have faintly glowing lettering on them. Floating just an inch off the surface, the names of several locations are spelled out. A common type of magical ink creates permanent messages on any surface, until dispelled, of course. This appears to be the more advanced kind, with a magic mouth-like ability. It can react to your commands and reshape temporarily. The sixth passage, however, is only painted into the plank. Which way is Tolstad Center? Up the temple slope through Toll's route. Do not have time to take a stroll around the entirety of Tolstad. Focus. Darrow's house. Astral home of the Darrows, one of the most influential noble families in Norvik. Pillar Road, down the temple steps. Alright. And the Goblin Garden is painted on regularly. West Toll Route, North Darrow's house. I can't really think of many other places. There's Pillar Crossing here, but that doesn't really have anything for me. Open at... Yeah, right. Okay, I forgot the tavern's open much later in the day. Goblin Garden. Dormitory out of commission. You approach the green door. An apartment in the holes, like any other. Knock. You knock twice in a polite fashion. That was very low. They probably didn't hear you. Wait. Standing in the pillar crossing just like this. Like this, just waiting. It's calming. Don't think they heard, cleric. Bang on the door. Within seconds, a slit from the door slides open. From within, you see the glance of a hairy face. No milk! Why not? Oh, greetings, citizen. Oh, this guy. You hear a grumble on the other side of the door. Ah! Guess who it is, lads? See, Snell, this is how everyone should react in my presence. I have some questions for you. Great to see you swing by, Mr. City Man. Hold on, let me unlock the door for you. He closes the slit. You hear some yelling from beyond. Then you hear a click in the door. It is open. Time to make some friends. Okay, then. Because I remember these guys were trying to hold the Asgulus rally. Okay, so I am in the right place. All right. Behold. Modissa. Didn't make any check on that. Snorri? Or Alphos. I'm dumb. Okay, nothing new on that. The human woman frantically checks the pipes and rolling clogs of the thick copper press. Oh, this is where it is. She just gives you a quick glance, but she seems to recognize you. Her focus is on the machine. Mr. Cleric, you keep popping up. How'd the delivery go? Fine enough. The delay was a pain in the ass. But it was kind of worth it to see the look on those assholes' faces when you told them off. Rollo and his idiot friends keep interrupting at the worst possible opportunities. Maybe now they'll finally stop. But I'm busy here. Very busy. Can you be quick? Whatever it is you're here for. And why do you have this quiet HWBT guy with you? He weirds me out. Look, I'm just an observer. Or a cleric handler, I guess. She lets out a snort laugh. Okay, I get it. Cleric handler. That's good. Snell shrugs. You know what? I am closing in on the 5-hour mark. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save here, and we'll pick up here next time we stream this, because I am getting tired, and my throat's getting pretty messed up from all the talking. So I'm going to stop here. But this was such a fun session. Oh my god, what a good game. Like, this is like really good stuff here. I like this. So yeah, I appreciate you all for coming by. Hopefully, you know, things have been enjoyable. I really enjoy this game a lot. This is a really nice deep dive into concepts regarding natures of alignment and magical resurrection and how things that can, and when you bring that into the broader questions of like the nature of how morally gray, or how gray alignment and what can be considered good or evil is. That was really fascinating. And we just wandered into that dude's house out of nowhere. God damn. This game has the sauce. All right, so thanks for joining me, everybody. For those watching on YouTube, if you want to see when I am live next, I'm usually live over on Blue Sky on the weekends typically, but as I said, I'm going to be going through a slight schedule change in the summer, so I'm thinking of, well, I know I'm going to do more weekday schedules, but I'm kind of still figuring out the days I want to do, so expect a poll soon to probe y'all's thoughts on what days would work. The time is still going to be 7 p.m. CST because that leaves enough time for me to finish my work, unwind from work, and get dinner started for myself and then stream. So I'll just be sure to let you all know, but I'm just trying to figure out the days to do. So I'm kind of between either Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday or Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So keep an eye out on my YouTube page for the poll, and I'll ask y'all's thoughts over on Blue Sky as well. So follow me on either of those to, you know, potentially chime in on what y'all would prefer. So, yeah. With that said, thanks for joining me, everybody. I had a great time. Stay hydrated, keep your postures checked, be good out there, and I'll see you next time. Bye.